Chapter 114. In the manor, Han Xiao rubbed his chin as he pondered. The face simulator had changed his appearance, and it was impossible to recognize him without close contact. He had escaped from Star Dragon, but the interface had not shown any decrease in favorability. Since they had not become enemies, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Han Xiao had a deep impression of Di Su Su. This woman always liked to flirt with Li Yulin, and even though Li Yulin rejected her, she would always try to get close to Li Yulin. Even her style of dressing was similar to Li Yulin's. Han Xiao could tell at a glance that the pure friendship between girls was like the blooming of lilies. 2 days later, the sniper bullet jumped out of the gun and killed the last enemy sniper a few hundred meters away. The smoking battlefield emitted a pungent smell, and the heavily injured enemies once again retreated like the tide. Han Xiao exhaled, leaned against the wall, and sat down. He closed his eyes to ease the tension in his nerves. The waves of enemies were stronger than the last. Helicopters, armored vehicles, and even small tanks were deployed. There were also many powerful supers and elite soldiers on the battlefield, which posed a great threat. You have defeated a wave of attackers, 5/5, 4th round completed. You have received 200,000 EXP. Hidden requirement: prevent Division 13 from appearing failed. Additional 5th round unlocked. Han Xiao was stunned. So the hidden requirement was to stop Division 13. He really did not expect this. After thinking about it carefully, he understood why he had missed this hidden requirement. If he could end every battle quickly and not cause such a huge commotion, perhaps Division 13 would not have come. However, this requirement was too difficult. Even if he had guessed it, it would still be difficult to complete. Han Xiao was not troubled at all. Hidden requirements were always met with success and failure. It was normal. The original mission only had 4 rounds, but the failure of the hidden requirement actually triggered an additional 5th round. Is this a blessing in disguise? What kind of mission is it? Han Xiao was curious. Mission requirement: changed 5th round mission. Follow Wang Yuan and face danger. Mission failure condition: death. Reward: 30,000 EXP. Special reward: 300,000 EXP. Han Xiao stared blankly for a moment, feeling that the 5th round of the mission was strange. The reward didn't match his current points. It was actually 10 times less than the special reward. Moreover, the mission requirements were very flexible. What kind of danger should he face? The failure condition of the quest was probably set to prevent players from reviving. Bennett was protecting Wang Yuan, so the danger was most likely directed at him. This mission revealed a very obvious subtext. Hee, I'm very dangerous. 2 days ago, this was an abandoned warehouse with dim lights. At the same time, it was also Bai Jin's secret base. A wisp of nimble lightning coiled around his arm, illuminating a young face with a trace of evil in his eyes. Bai Jin flipped his palm, and the lightning entered his skin and disappeared. Ding! The computer on the table in front of him lit up. He had received an encrypted email. Bai Jin opened it. Assassination target: Wang Yuan. Location: 20 kilometers north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor. Defensive strength: 214 mercenaries, 14 Blood Pact Society killers. Moonlight, Dark, Hunter, Dark, Volcano, Dark, Golden Fox, Dark, Mr. Black, Scorpion. Complete defensive fortifications and firepower. Reward: 2 million. Bai Jin's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "You want me to do it for just 2 million? Do you think I'm on the same level as those trashy mercenaries and killers?" He replied with a rejection. Not long after, the other party sent a new email, directly raising the reward to 6 million. That's more like it. Bai Jin's lips curled up, full of evil and arrogance. From the beginning to the end, he only cared about the reward and did not care about the goal. Lightning Ember Bai Jin, a super criminal, had escaped the pursuit of the Six Nations countless times. His Esper ability had powerful destructive power. The number of bounty hunters, agents of various countries, and even Germinal organization executives that died at his hands exceeded 3 digits. Even the military's encirclement was easily broken by him. Blue Star's individual combat strength was divided into 3 levels, like a pyramid structure. The bottom level was mostly supers who had just awakened not long ago, and ordinary soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. The second level was mostly supers, such as Germinal Organization executives like Pan Kwong and secret agents of the Six Nations. The third level was very rare, at least LV-40. There were the trump cards of various countries, some super criminals, and the leaders of various forces. People like Bennett were at the top of the third level. Bai Jin happened to be an Esper who had entered the third level. In the evening, Wang Yuan gathered everyone. I'm going to Seagull City to contact Division 13. I need to bring along some powerful people as temporary guards. The rest of you will continue to guard the manor. Before anyone could react, Wang Yuan called out names. Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, Mr. Black. I need the 5 of you to protect me. I will increase the reward accordingly. If you're not willing, I won't force you. No problem. Hunter was the first to speak, and the others had no objections. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He knew that if he refused to follow, the mission would fail. He nodded in agreement, then looked at Bennett beside him and asked, "But is he going?" Bennett nodded. "I'll go too." Han Xiaoxin's heart sank. Bennett could protect Wang Yuan, which meant that the danger was mainly the assassins who followed him. Who was Brother Xiao? He was an experienced mission master. Suddenly, he smelled a strong sense of foreboding. At such a time, perhaps it would be a good choice to counter the poison. For example, saying things like, "This mission is definitely going to go wrong," or "The enemy will definitely attack, and they will be very strong," might be effective. Of course, it was more likely that his words would come true. He followed Wang Yuan into the car and set off for Seagull City. Han Xiao realized that no one in the car was talking. They all had a "don't talk to me, let me continue to be cold" expression on their faces. He couldn't find anyone to talk to. Han Xiao turned around and saw Golden Fox hiding in a corner, as far away from him as possible. When she saw Han Xiao looking at her, she quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at him. "Isn't it just a joke? Is the shadow so big?" Han Xiao said helplessly. On the other side of the forest, Di Su Su, who had been monitoring River Valley Manor, also set off. The target has left the manor and is heading towards Seagull City. A few assassins are following him. Keep an eye on him. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and Seagull City was brightly lit. This important town in the east of Stardragon was mainly industrial. There were many factories in the suburbs, and the huge chimneys were like fingers pointing to the sky. Because of the many factories, the atmosphere of the city was heavy. The sentry post was notified by the higher-ups and allowed Han Zhao's car to pass through. After passing through the sentry post, a black car from Division 13 was waiting by the roadside. A member of Division 13 walked up and said, "Mr. Wang Yuan, Officer Mo is waiting for you at the branch. Young man, please lead the way." Wang Yuan laughed. The member of Division 13 glanced at the 5 fully armed assassins. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and led the way. The 2 cars arrived at the Seagull City branch that was under martial law. Outside the gate, the member of Division 13 expressed that those with weapons were not allowed to enter. Wang Yuan nodded and turned to Han Xiao and the rest. "Then you guys can stay in Seagull City for the night. At this time tomorrow, gather here." After that, he walked into the branch with Bennett. The assassins stayed where they were and stared at each other. Volcano was a burly Shanui person. He asked in a low voice, "What do you guys plan to do?" Hunter pouted. "I'm going to the bar to have some fun." He then looked at Golden Fox and smiled. "Do you want to come with me?" Golden Fox smiled and waved her hand. "Forget it. I'm more interested in handsome men." Hunter snorted unhappily. "Hunter, I'll go with you." Volcano laughed and looked at Moonlight. "What about you?" Moonlight was expressionless. He looked very stiff. "I'll patrol around here." Volcano then invited Han Xiao, but Han Xiao waved his hand and declined. Volcano did not insist. The 5 of them went their separate ways. The 5th round of the mission actually gave us some free time. Danger might appear at any time. Han Xiao thought about it. He did not want to miss out on the rare free time. He planned to complete the prize pool mission in Seagull City. Since danger was bound to appear, he might as well do something else. That way, he would not waste time. Han Xiao was always vigilant. It did not matter when danger appeared. There was no need for him to deliberately hide. Chapter 115. Probably someone from Division 13. Han Xiao thought for a while and understood the reason. He did not show any abnormalities and continued walking at a normal pace. He bumped into the pedestrians and stole their hard objects, keys, phones, and the like. After turning a corner, he suddenly flashed in and threw the hard objects, breaking all the surveillance cameras. Not far away, in a command vehicle disguised as a truck, the screen of the surveillance camera turned black. Di Su Su frowned and said into the communicator, "This guy is very alert. Follow him." The person in charge of tracking him chased after him, but he was shocked to find that Han Xiao had disappeared. Di Su Su's face was solemn. Mo Ran was worried about these assassins, so he sent them to monitor them. The other 4 assassins were all under surveillance. Perhaps they had noticed the spies, but they had all silently allowed it. Only Mr. Black had shaken them off. Di Su Su remembered that it was this man in black who had given her a sense of danger. Gather all the surveillance cameras in the city and find him. The information was quickly gathered and analyzed with the facial recognition system. The results shocked Di Su Su. There was no one who matched the description. Wait, have I seen this situation before? Di Su Su immediately thought of Han Xiao, who had disappeared from the face of the earth. However, she immediately shook her head. She felt that she was being too suspicious. How could every missing person be related to Han Xiao? There were so many capable people in the world. Looks like I've been under too much pressure recently. Sigh. Xiao Linlin has been busy with the debt collectors and has no way to relax. Di Su Su sighed. Seagull City, South District, 53rd Street. This was a famous antique street. In a deserted antique shop on 53rd Street, Li Xin was locking the door and preparing to close the shop. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Li Xin looked up in surprise. An extremely handsome man was looking at her through the window. They were less than 20 centimeters apart. Li Xion's heart skipped a beat. Her face quickly turned red, as if she was drunk. You? What do you want to buy? The handsome man knocked on the window. Please let me in first. I want to look at the antiques. Oh, okay. Li Xin hurriedly opened the door and looked left and right at the handsome man. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was perfect. She followed closely behind the handsome man, her hands clasped nervously behind her back. The handsome man looked at Li Xin, smiled, and asked, "Are you the owner of this shop?" He smiled. His smile was too lethal. Li Xin could barely suppress the urge to scream. Seeing that Li Xin did not speak, the handsome man approached Li Xin and asked condescendingly, "Are you the owner?" The moment the handsome man approached her, Li Xion's brain buzzed. She was so excited that she almost lost her 5 senses. She did not hear what he said at all. Her heart was in a mess. Seeing Li Xion's infatuated expression, Han Xiao was puzzled. He touched the facial simulator on his face and asked curiously, "What did I change into this time?" He decided not to waste any more time and directly stated his intentions. "Where is Tang Shu?" Li Xion's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly retreated, knocking over a piece of furniture. Han Xiao lifted his shirt and revealed his gun. "Take me to him." The two of them arrived at a factory that had been abandoned for many years. Li Xian nervously knocked on the door. The person inside saw Li Xian through the peephole and opened the door. This was a man who was so thin that he looked like he was about to be dehydrated. It made people worry that a gust of wind would blow him away. His appearance had broken through a new realm of wretchedness. He looked like a rat that had turned into a demon, making people lose their appetite. His pair of small eyes looked around like a thief, as if he would immediately escape at the slightest sign of trouble. This wretched man who looked like a zombie had a name that matched his characteristics: Tang Shu. He was a treasure thief and a mysterious merchant. He sold all kinds of strange things, including world gossip. His whereabouts were hard to predict. The only chance to meet him was the prize pool mission in Seagull City. The prize pool mission was competitive. It allowed many people to complete it at the same time. Each player had to pay some experience to accept the mission. These experience points would be accumulated in the prize pool and awarded to the few people with the best results. Han Xiao instantly entered the door. When Tang Shu saw a stranger, he immediately turned around and ran like a frightened rat. Stop right there. If you run one more step, there will be a second hole in your butt. Han Xiao fired a shot in front of Tang Shu. Tang Shu hurriedly stopped. He froze on the spot, not daring to move. Cold sweat flowed down his back as he stammered. Are you Jack's man? After I finish this, I will definitely return the money I owe him. I have nothing to do with Jack. I'm looking for you for something else. What is it? Tang Shu carefully recalled the people he had offended. However, there were too many of them. He could not pinpoint who he was looking for. I want to take part in this business. Tang Shu was stunned. He looked at Li Xian. Did you find him too? Li Xian was also confused. No, my background is not important. Sincerity is the most important thing. Han Xiao put away his gun and calmed the atmosphere. The normal way to trigger a mission was to get Li Xian's approval. In other words, to gain favorability before finding Tang Shu to trigger the mission. However, Han Xiao skipped this process and used force to threaten them. After a friendly discussion, he finally convinced the skeptical Tang Shu and Li Xian. There was nothing they could do even if they did not believe him. Tang Shu estimated that if he said no, he would be shot in the butt. He was very decisive. Although I don't know why you are here to help. You seem very sincere. Tang Shu glanced at Han Xiao's gun and coughed dryly. Anyway, I welcome you to join. You have used 2,000 EXP to activate the prize pool mission. Return the antiques. Mission introduction. Li Xian's family antiques have been seized by the Municipal Museum. Your help is needed. Requirement. Return 10 antiques to Li Xian. Number of participants. 1 accumulated prize pool. 102000 EXP mission requirement. Each antique return will give 10% of the prize pool EXP. Note: antiques are very fragile. It is best not to break them. After the two's explanation, Han Xiao understood the cause and effect. Li Xian's father owned 10 famous antiques. When the Municipal Museum found out, the curator personally came and explained the various historical and cultural meanings of the antiques. He begged Li Xian's father to put the antiques on display in the museum. Li Xian's father was stunned and agreed. Later, when Li Xian's father passed away, Li Xian wanted to take back the antiques. However, the Municipal Museum turned hostile and denied it. They even asked the security guards to bar Li Xian at the door. They wanted to take the antiques for themselves. The Municipal Museum had a strong connection with the government. Li Xian had no choice but to place her hopes on a thief. By chance, she hired Tang Shu. Li Xian's thoughts could be summarized in one sentence. Even if I break the antiques, I will not hand them over to the country. After listening to Li Xian's story, Han Xiao coughed dryly and said seriously, "You little comrade, your thoughts are very dangerous. How can you call this stealing when it comes to the country? You urgently need to improve your political awareness." Li Xian was confused. What are you talking about? Didn't you come to me and ask for help? Tang Shu whispered at the side. Water must have entered your brain. Han Zhao's ears twitched. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Shu. His eyes were bright. He only looked away when Tang Shu's hair stood on end. Chapter 116. When are we going to start? As long as you are ready, anytime. Tang Shu shrunk his neck and said. Han Xiao nodded to show that he understood. In his previous life, a big guild had discovered this prize pool mission. In order to maximize the benefits, they had publicized the news on the forum and attracted a large number of players. The prize pool had accumulated to an astronomical figure. In the end, they had really completed the mission. Han Xiao had beaten them to it. Although he would not accumulate such a terrifying amount of prize pool, the basic prize pool reward would definitely belong to him. As the 10 antiques had the characteristic of dropping upon death, the difficulty of this mission mainly depended on the competition between the players. However, stealing antiques from Municipal Museum was not difficult at all. Han Xiao did not have any competitors, so he decided to set off immediately. Tang Shu rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and smiled. How are we going to split the reward? Han Xiao waved his hand. I don't need your reward. Let's move quickly. I don't have much time. Hearing that Han Xiao did not want the reward, Tang Shu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he realized the problem. If it was not for the money, why would this uninvited guest participate in this mission? Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. All kinds of domineering CEO plots popped into her mind. She held her hands in front of her chest and looked at Han Xiao with a love-struck expression. Did you do this for me? You think too much. Han Xiao and Tang Shu spent more than an hour to arrive at the Municipal Museum on the other side of the city. It was late at night, and the gate of the Municipal Museum was closed. The surrounding streets were deserted. The cameras on the electric poles were doing their job, and the red dots were flashing steadily. The two of them hid in the alley opposite the Municipal Museum. Tang Shu was holding a topographic map and explaining the plan. The Municipal Museum has a total of 3 floors. The first and second floor are exhibition halls, and the third floor is the staff area. This is the floor plan. Our target is the exhibition area in the north corner of the second floor. I've already checked the area, and the exhibition cabinets are equipped with infrared warning devices and distance alarms. Once we get within 1 meter of them, the alarm will be triggered. There are permanent guards in the museum, so we can't alarm them. My plan is to sneak in through the skylight on the 3rd floor, and then, Hey, where are you going? Before Tang Shu could finish his sentence, Han Xiao had already strode toward the entrance of the Municipal Museum. Before Tang Shu could call him back, he saw Han Xiao swing his leg and kick the door of the Municipal Museum away. With a loud bang, the sound was so loud that it could be heard all over the street. Tang Shu was scared silly. F***CK. What happened to the promised infiltration? What are you waiting for? Go in. Han Xiao turned around and shouted at Tang Shu. What are you doing? Tang Shu was dumbfounded. Your plan is too slow. It's just a museum, and at most a few cars of police officers. Don't waste time playing Assassin's Creed. Berserkers are the truth. Tang Shu had already seen the residents of the residential buildings opening their windows to look for the source of the sound. In less than 3 minutes, someone would call the police. Tang Shu had no other choice but to follow behind Han Xiao with a sullen face. He could only hope that Han Xiao was reliable, although the possibility was very low at the moment. The two jogged all the way to the target on the 2nd floor. Han Xiao smashed the exhibition cabinets with his elbow, took out 10 antiques, and stacked them in his arms. Such an arrogant action immediately set off the alarm. The museum's guards were awakened and rushed over. Thieves! Hurry up and catch them. Han Xiao ran with the antiques in his arms, and Tang Shu hurriedly followed behind. When they returned to the entrance of the museum, 4 guards blocked the way. Han Xiao was carrying the antiques, so he couldn't free his hands. He smirked and turned to Tang Shu. It's time for you to show off. Tang Shu pointed at himself in disbelief. Do I look like I'm capable of fighting? You chose the strategy yourself. While he was talking, the guards had already rushed over. Don't waste time. Han Xiao kicked Tang Shu's butt and kicked him toward the guards. Hurry up, you've been strengthened. The guards raised their batons and smashed them. Tang Shu was so scared that he hurriedly pulled out a baton for self-defense and fought with the guards. As soon as they started fighting, he was hit by the batons. He was in so much pain that he hurriedly jumped back to Han Xiao's side and cried, No, I can't beat them. Tisk, I'll teach you a mysterious spell to double your combat power. Repeat after me, Rua. Han Xiao kicked the confused Tang Shu back into the group of guards again. Tang Shu couldn't win against Han Xiao, so he was furious and could only fight back. He really did smash 2 guards, but soon he was hit in the back of the head by a guard. He saw stars and staggered back to Han Xiao's side. There was a hint of crying in his voice. I really can't do it, bro. I beg you. You have a gun, so you can fight. Can you take care of them? It's useless to beg me. Han Xiao was unmoved. Without saying anything, he kicked Tang Shu back for the 3rd time and said loudly, I'll support you mentally. If you need, I can give you a strong force to increase your combat power. Tang Shu, who was at the end of his rope, finally managed to beat the guards to the ground. His face was covered in bruises, and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blow past him, and he ran out of the door. "You King, wait for me." Tang Shu angrily followed him. The two walked through the alley. When they passed by a grocery store, Han Xiao smashed open the door and searched for a few big backpacks. He put all the antiques in them and stuffed a pile of sponges into them. He felt much more comfortable with his hands free. The siren suddenly rang. For police officers who happened to be patrolling nearby, immediately ran over and blocked the entrance of the alley. When they saw Han Xiao with a backpack, they immediately pointed their guns at him and shouted, "Don't move." Tang Shu was at a loss. Han Xiao suddenly grabbed Tang Shu's throat and hid behind him. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Tang Shu's head. He shouted at the police, "Put down your guns. I have a hostage." Tang Shu was stunned. How could he do that? The four police officers had a look of "You're King kidding me" on their faces. They didn't know what to say. A young police officer couldn't help but say, "He's your accomplice." "Who are you kidding?" "TSK, you failed." Han Xiao curled his lips. Tang Shu turned his head and shouted at Han Xiao, "Do you really think you can succeed?" "I'm just trying. There's nothing to lose." Han Xiao directly threw the backpack into Tang Shu's hands and grabbed his collar. He instantly activated his electromagnetic hover boots and rushed to the entrance of the alley. The sudden burst of speed shocked the four police officers. They all opened fire, but the bullets were all deflected by Han Xiao's magnetically controlled armor. Han Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and used his high speed to knock away all the police officers blocking his way. The scene was like a bowling ball hitting a grand slam. Tang Shu, who was being dragged by Han Xiao, had his mouth wide open. The wind filled his throat, and his upper and lower lips were trembling from the wind. Han Xiao saw that Tang Shu was in a mess and decisively continued to speed up. This was a bar in Seagull City. The lights were dazzling, and the music was restless. On the dance floor, men and women were swaying their bodies, and their eyes were blurred. The whole place was filled with the atmosphere of extravagance and capitalism. Volcano and Hunter each had a beautiful woman in their arms. The table was filled with bottles of alcohol. Both of them were a little drunk. They walked out of the bar with the beautiful women in their arms and prepared to go to the nearest hotel to have sex. After turning into a small alley, Hunter stepped on a puddle of water. The sound of splashing water was very clear in the quiet alley. The night wind blew on both of them, and the intoxication that was burning their nerves finally subsided a little. Even when they were drunk, they still maintained basic vigilance and constantly observed their surroundings. They had long noticed the stalker from Division 13, but they ignored him. Both of them didn't notice that a pair of eyes opened in the air behind them. Chapter 117. Moonlight walked on the streets expressionlessly. He had already circled the White Gull branch of Division 13 a few times. He said he was patrolling, and he was a man of his word. The cold moonlight shone on his body and seemed to be absorbed by his body, forming a faint silvery white light on the surface of his body. It was magnificent yet ethereal, giving him an otherworldly temperament. After walking past a deserted alley, Moonlight suddenly turned around and activated Moon Power, forming a white light armor around his body. His ability used the power of moonlight to increase his physical strength. His eyes turned silvery white, and his fist, which was wrapped in lustrous light, struck the air and actually hit a solid object. "Who are you?" Moonlight shouted. Under the silver radiance, a human figure appeared in the air. In the last bit of darkness before dawn, Han Xiao brought Tang Shu, who was foaming at the mouth, back to the abandoned factory and returned the antiques to Li Xen. "You have completed returning antiques. Number of participants, 1 number of participants. 1 you have returned 10 antiques. You have received 100% of the prize pool reward. You have received 102,000 EXP. There were no competitors for this mission, so it was not difficult for him at all. Han Xiao looked at the interface. He had accumulated 700,000 EXP over the past few days. With the EXP in hand, Han Xiao turned around and left, waving his hand without taking a single cloud with him. Li Xian suddenly remembered that she had not asked for Han Zhao's name. She felt lost. She felt that Han Xiao was like the prince in her dreams. He would appear when she was in trouble, help her, and then leave quietly. Tang Shu squatted in the corner and drew circles. "I don't want to see you ever again," he mumbled. The sky turned bright. Han Xiao, who was walking on the street, found a shop window and used it as a mirror. Only then did he see the face of the face simulator. He was shocked and said, "Damn, so handsome. But it's not as good as my real face." Han Xiao curled his lips and saved this face. At this moment, Han Xiao saw a pair of indifferent eyes appear in the air behind him through the reflection of the mirror. Inside Mo Rant's office in the Seagull City branch of Division 13, 3 assassins died last night. They are Moonlight, Volcano, and Hunter. Di Su Su reported to Mo Ran. Their wounds are very similar. They were cut by a sharp weapon at high speed, pierced through the heart, and slit the throat. There were signs of resistance before they died. However, according to the clues collected from the surroundings, the battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. These 3 killers are not weak. Moonlight is a psychic, and his ability is to absorb the radiance of the moon to increase his physical strength. The murderer was able to approach these 3 killers silently. Do you have a video? There are no surveillance cameras in the area where the accident happened. Perhaps the murderer deliberately chose this location. Mo Ran said in a deep voice, "Are there any suspicious targets?" Di Su Su's tone was solemn. He has the ability to conceal himself and has extraordinary speed. He can easily kill elite assassins and espers. There is a person in the Great Threat target file that matches him. Hidden Demon. Wang Yuan's face darkened. It's him. Hidden Demon, a terrifying killer and a psychic criminal. He was once a death row criminal in Raylan and was chosen as a test subject for a research project. As a result, his body mutated. Other than his eyes, his skin and hair gained a strong ability to conceal himself and change according to the environment. He was basically an invisible person. Not only that, Hidden Demon also awakened his own psychic ability, super reaction, and agility. Using his invisibility and psychic ability, he escaped from Raylan and became active in the underground world, becoming a mysterious killer. Wang Yuan was expressionless, but his eyes were cold. The price to hire Hidden Demon was astronomical. How much money did those traitors embezzle from the organization? Although Hidden Demon's ability was good at assassination, Bennett did not find it difficult. His 5 senses had been specially trained and were very sharp. Even if he could not see, his hearing, smell, and touch were all extended senses. He would not let Hidden Demon get within 10 meters of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan pondered. Hidden Demon might want to get rid of my guards first. My people are most likely dead. Mo Ran, please tell the people following me to gather now. Golden Fox is resting in the hotel, but that Mr. Black got rid of his pursuers. Di Su Su was helpless. Wang Yuan was stunned and sighed helplessly. Please send someone to find him. Sigh, as long as you do your best. Hidden Demon was a sniper's natural enemy. Even Bennett felt that Han Xiao was most likely dead. Although he liked Han Xiao, he was responsible for protecting Wang Yuan and could not help him. He could only pray that Han Xiao was on his own. The moment he saw the pair of eyes, Han Xiao immediately controlled the magnetically controlled retractable armor to cover the back of his neck and back. The next moment, a series of sparks flew from the armor as if it was cut by a sharp weapon more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. He already knew the danger of the 5th round of the mission, so he was ready to fight at any time. Therefore, he reacted immediately. The force of the impact came from behind, and Han Xiao was thrown forward into the shop, shattering all the glass on the floor. The enemy is invisible. Han Xiao realized the problem the moment he was ambushed. Falling into the shop, the sense of danger followed him like a shadow. The sound of someone moving quickly entered Han Xiao's ears. Han Xiao immediately slid back, took out his guns, and fired. He aimed at the direction of the sound of wind, but he hit nothing. The shells were destroyed, and bullet holes appeared on the wall. The invisible enemy hit the armor again, and the sound of friction was heard. So fast, Han Xiao could only rely on his reaction to control the magnetically controlled retractable armor to block the attack. Fortunately, the armor covered 3/4 of his body, so as long as it protected his vitals, the enemy's threat was greatly reduced. The damage value that appeared on the interface showed that the enemy was in a high-agility combat mode. Han Xiao looked at the combat information and learned the name of the assassin. Hidden Demon. Han Xiaoxin was shocked and felt troubled. Just like Black Spider, Hidden Demon was also on the Blue Star most difficult boss list of version 1. 0-inch list. With the combination of invisibility and super agility, he was a natural close-range assassin. Hidden Demon is level 44, and his agility is the highest. His invisibility should only be targeted at himself, so the weapon he used to attack me could only be his fingernails. Furthermore, he is running around naked. This person is so unhygienic. My speed is not as fast as his. His agility is more focused on short-distance sprinting and dodging. Long-distance sprinting should not be a strong suit. I can use the hover boots to escape, but if I escape like this, there will be another assassination attempt. I should try and see if I can kill him first. To deal with him, I have to slow him down first. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. His eyes became cold, and he entered his unique battle mode. Again and again, Han Xiao used the magnetic retractable armor to block the attacks. Sparks flew everywhere, and he took out a bunch of small mechanical bees the size of candy from the inner lining of his clothes. He threw them around, and these mechanical bees flew up, shining with electric light. Shock bees, also known as bee swarm, had stingers that carried high volts of electricity. When they came into contact with a human body, they could temporarily cause paralysis. Many shock bees could even form a layer of electric net, which could be used as a control skill. This was the blueprint that Han Xiao had accidentally obtained when he was developing the hover boots. A swarm of shock bees flew around a narrow area of the shop, and the effect was immediate. Hidden Demon could dodge the attacks with his speed, but his movement was restricted, and his attack frequency was reduced. Bang! 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 Han Xiao never stopped firing his guns, but he dodged all the attacks. Hidden Demon was faster than Pan Quan. If even Pan Quan could dodge the bullets, Hidden Demon could do better. You are good at dodging, aren't you? Let's see who has more HP. Chapter 118. You are now slightly poisoned. You will lose 3 HP per second for 60 seconds. As long as they didn't leave the range of the poisonous gas, the poison status would remain. Furthermore, the degree of the poison status would only worsen. If the Hidden Demon continued to attack, he would have to suffer the damage from the poisonous gas as well. Han Xiao was not afraid at all. He had beginner strength in life, and his HP was over 2,000. He was not afraid of running out of HP at all. He was bold and decisive. He used an unorthodox method to drag the battlefield into an advantageous situation, breaking the enemy's invisible advantage. The situation was at a stalemate. The Hidden Demon couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't hit the Hidden Demon either. Although I'm in an invincible position, I can't do anything to him. If this continues, the Hidden Demon will definitely retreat, and the final result will still be a draw. Han Xiao was determined to kill the enemy who threatened his life. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give up on the advantageous situation that he had created. He activated his hover boots and ran away. As expected, the Hidden Demon chased after him. Han Xiao pretended to be a little slower in controlling the armor so that the Hidden Demon could see the flaw and clawed at his back. The 5 deep claw marks on his flesh were burning with pain, but his expression did not change. This was to test the Hidden Demon's attack on his body. You have been attacked by the Hidden Demon, LV-44. You have lost 37 HP. A single attack can deal around 40 damage, and the attack frequency is very high. If I didn't have the magnetically controlled retractable armor, my health bar would be empty in 10 seconds. Han Xiaoxin's expression was solemn. He guessed that the Hidden Demon was a strong enemy in the 5th round of the mission. Perhaps the first target was not him, but another assassin had already been killed. By constantly adjusting the speed of his skateboard shoes, he estimated the speed of the hidden demon's pursuit. If I maintain the power output of my skateboard shoes at a medium speed, it'll be a speed where the hidden demon can easily catch up to me, but it won't be easy for him. I can give it a try. A new plan formed in his mind. Han Xiao immediately turned around and slid towards the airport. The hidden demon continued to chase after him. Luckily, it was dawn and the streets were deserted. It was not time for work yet, or else Han Xiao would have been stuck in traffic. He took out his phone and quickly dialed Antonio's number, asking him to send the second-generation Rangers over. He then hung up the phone and focused on fishing. Being a bait was a skill. If he made it too obvious that he had a trump card, the enemy wouldn't fall for it. It was like playing a MOBA game. If you suddenly moved forward during a matchup, others would know that you were trying to drain their health, or that there was a jungler behind you. The chase lasted for a few minutes. Suddenly, the sense of danger that was pressing down on Han Xiaoxin disappeared. He immediately stopped skateboarding and looked around vigilantly. Only then did he confirm that the hidden demon had escaped and did not step into his trap. The hidden demon was very vigilant. When Han Xiao released the poison gas, he was already prepared to retreat. However, Han Xiao gave up on the advantageous environment, causing the hidden demon to think that Han Xiao couldn't withstand the poison gas. Thus, he chased after him. However, the hidden demon soon felt that something was amiss. Although Han Xiao did not reveal any flaws, his instincts told him that he was in danger. Thus, he decisively retreated and gave up on the assassination. He's too vigilant. Han Xiao was slightly disappointed. However, he quickly got rid of this feeling. If the hidden demon was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be listed as the most difficult player to kill. You said that the Black Spider was easy to deal with? Yes. Although he was captured and brought to Bell of Death Island, he was not dead yet. This short and dangerous battle revealed some problems. When facing an enemy above LV-40, regardless of whether the enemy was an agility attacker or a tank, the power of the gun was not enough. The main reason was that he could not hit the enemy often, and he did not have any powerful control skills. The problem that Han Xiao was thinking about was the awkwardness of the mechanic class in version 1.0. Normal light gunpowder weapons had limited lethality when facing supers of level 50 to 60. Although the various bombs, missiles, and multi-barrel cannons were powerful enough, it was not easy to hit supers of this level unless traps were set up beforehand. The electromagnetic Gaussian gun was the next generation of weapon technology. Be it the speed of fire or the power, it had improved tremendously. It was perfect for Han Xiao's needs. Furthermore, the bullet speed of electromagnetic weapons was higher, which made it more difficult for the enemy to dodge. However, a proper, perfect, and stable electromagnetic weapon could only be created after one had learned the advanced electromagnetic theory. The advanced electromagnetic theory on Blue Star was strictly controlled. If I want to create an electromagnetic gun now, I can only try to create my own blueprint. The theory behind the portable electromagnetic gun is not very deep, and I can grasp it myself when basic electromagnetic theory is at level 5. However, to turn it into an actual object, it will require a lot of adjustments, and it will be very difficult. If I want to reduce the research time, it will be best if I can use it as a reference. For example, I can come up with many other electromagnetic blueprints and compare them. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. Not long after, Antonio arrived with the truck. He looked around and asked, "Where is the enemy you were talking about?" He ran away. Han Xiao jumped into the truck and said, "Let's go to the plane first. I need to repair my equipment and try out a new idea." "Are you using me as a driver?" Antonio had no choice but to drive Han Xiao to the airport. The battle between Han Xiao and the hidden demon was not small. Division 13 found traces of him and quickly reported it. A sniper who was not afraid of the hidden demon's assassination and even forced the hidden demon to retreat. Di Su was shocked. When she first entered River Valley Manor, it was this Mr. Black who made her feel threatened. He was indeed extraordinary. Bennett's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. Where is he now? He has some connections with the Farian group. He is on the Farian group's transport plane at the airport. He should be repairing his equipment, Wang Yuan said. Don't summon him yet. Mo ran. Please ask your people to help me send a message. Ask Mr. Black to return to River Valley Manor before tomorrow morning. Okay. Mo ran nodded. The golden fox, who had been summoned, was on the side. She was scared. Mr. Black was the fourth target, and she was the fifth. Fortunately, Mr. Black had forced the hidden demon to retreat and saved her life. The golden fox did not think that she could survive the hidden demon's assassination. He saved my life indirectly. The golden fox bit her lips. Mr. Black was mysterious and powerful. He was good at everything, but his taste was too strong. In the workshop of the military transport plane, Han Shao repaired the magnetically controlled armor with ease. Then, he started to think about the creation of electromagnetic guns. The best model would be a sniper rifle. With his sniping ability, he could maximize the power. He had 7 potential points. Han Shao spent 5 points to increase basic electromagnetism, basic weapon theory, and basic energy theory to the maximum level of level 5. Then, Han Shao used basic electromagnetism as the core to form various knowledge combinations. He came up with various blueprints related to electromagnetism. He did not expect to create useful blueprints. Instead, he wanted to create practical applications for the blueprints. He tried each knowledge combination twice at most. He used less experience to obtain more blueprints. After obtaining a large number of blueprints related to electromagnetism, Han Shao felt a little dizzy. He rubbed his temples to relieve his mental fatigue. He thought to himself, this should be enough. I could try creating my own blueprints. The Fabian Company did not have a supply channel in Seagull City. Han Shao had brought along electromagnetic components. Although there were not many of them, he could dismantle them and reuse them. Of course, there would be some one-use parts that would be damaged every time. The recycling rate was about 80%. Han Shao predicted that it would be difficult to create a stable electromagnetic gun without dozens of failed attempts as a foundation. If I want to achieve a high success rate, I can only lower my standards and create an incomplete electromagnetic gun. The power and various parameters will have to be adjusted. Chapter 119. After making up his mind, Han Shao started to work on it. The technology of kinetic energy weapons was an important part of civilization's military power, and light weapons were even more important. The theory behind electromagnetic energy weapons was not complicated. They used electromagnetic force to propel the bullet, but the actual adjustment was very difficult. The number of coil turns, the strength of the current, the limitation of the energy source, the acceleration distance, and so on were all difficult points. Basic energy theory had reached level 5, and Han Shao was given a new blueprint. It was a new type of energy battery, the basic energy storage cube. The players called it the Rubik's Cube. It was a precise square structure that could store 180 ona of energy. It was most suitable for storing electricity, and its capacity was many times that of a normal high-energy battery. The 6 nations were researching other types of high-performance batteries in their laboratories, such as power batteries, superconducting batteries, and even miniature nuclear batteries, which had not been developed yet. They were suitable for different purposes, and the Rubik's Cube was a type of battery that mechanics were used to because it was convenient and fast. The same theory had countless practical possibilities. The future of technology was not fixed, and different civilizations had their own technological trends. For example, when we talk about long-range cold weapons in ancient times, most people would think of crossbows. But let's assume that if the ancient people developed another type of long-range cold weapon, not a crossbow, then the common sense that we now think of as a foregone conclusion would also change accordingly. When it comes to long-range cold weapons, we would no longer think of crossbows. Therefore, the different possibilities of technology were very interesting. As for your question, if the ancient people did not develop crossbows, what would they develop? Cough. The main point was the thought process. Self-creation failed. Self-creation failed. Han Shao continued to experiment and failed time after time. He kept perfecting the details. It's almost evening now. Han Shao looked at the sky and felt that it was a pity. He could only stop his work and prepare to gather. Antonio walked in leisurely. Someone for Division 13 came to look for you. What did he say? Your employer adjusted the gathering time and told you not to rush over. You just have to return to River Valley Manor before tomorrow morning. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. This was good. He would have time to continue building. Nighttime, Wang Yuan and the other two sat in the car. It was a smooth journey back to the manor. Wang Yuan and Bennett entered the villa and returned to the room on the top floor. After closing the door, only the two of them were left in the room. Xena has locked on all the traitors and is currently hunting them down. The bait operation this time was very successful. As long as the traitors are eliminated, the organization can start implementing your idea. Wang Yuan's expression was serious. Bennett nodded solemnly. I have a feeling that war will break out again sooner or later. We need to build shelters as soon as possible. The Darknet's power is far from enough to complete the plan. I hope there will be more forces and organizations willing to cooperate with us. I don't know about the other powers, but the Six Nations will definitely agree. Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. You saw Mo Rant's attitude during the discussion. Star Dragon's upper echelons won't oppose your plan. This is good news for the Six Nations, and it's good news for all the displaced people in the world. As long as we get the help of the Six Nations, we will definitely be able to build this sanctuary. I'm just afraid that some ambitious people will covet our resources. Bennett's eyes flashed, and a faint flame of arrogance rose in his eyes. His tone was like the cold wind that blew through the north. This is a plan that can save countless lives. I will chop up whoever dares to extend their claws. Wang Yuan was about to speak when an ear-piercing sound of electricity suddenly came from outside the manor, followed by a loud rumble. The two of them looked out the window. A thick blue lightning bolt shot into the sky outside the manor, as if it was a lightning bolt that split the sky from the ground. A large black object was blown away by the lightning bolt and smashed into an armored vehicle. It was the entrance of the manor. Bai Jin, whose body was surrounded by bright lightning, walked over from afar. He was the one who had fired that stunning bolt of lightning from 200 meters away. The gate of the manor, which had withstood countless cannon fire, was blown away by that bolt of lightning. Bai Jin did not care about sneaking in. He preferred to crush his enemies head-on. The mercenaries yelled and hurriedly controlled their machine guns and howitzers to counterattack. Bai Jin had a look of disdain on his face. Electricity burst out from under his feet, and his entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters into the air. The spot where he was originally standing was bombarded by the rain of steel bullets. In the air, Bai Jin clenched his fists and straightened them, facing a machine gun platform on the southeast wall of the manor. An even more dazzling electric light spread from his chest to his fists, and a thick, spiral-shaped electric light suddenly burst out, leaving a burning mark on the retinas of all the mercenaries. Boom! The wall where the machine gun platform was located directly exploded, and the other machine gun platforms and howitzers around it were also affected. The few mercenaries who were hit did not even have time to say a word before they were turned into charcoal in the blink of an eye. The smell was pungent, and thick smoke rose from them. The power of this attack shocked all the mercenaries. A chill ran from their tailbones to their heads, and their scalps went numb. No one could take Bai Jin's attack head-on. Volcano, Moonlight, and the others were all dead, and Mr. Black was not around. There was no expert in the manor who could defend against such a strong enemy. We can't deal with a super of this level. Some of the mercenaries had the thought of retreating. Chun-Li's eyes flashed fiercely, and he gave the order to try attacking again. At this time, Bai Jin landed on the ground. The height of more than 10 meters did not injure him at all. Seeing that the mercenaries still had the will to fight, his expression turned cold. You overestimate yourselves. After saying that, he raised his hands and slammed his palms forward. An invisible electromagnetic pulse spread out in front of him, and all the electronic components in the manor emitted crackling sounds. All of them were damaged, and the place turned dark. The mercenaries were shocked. Even the cars were destroyed, and they could not escape. Despair. The darkness spread rapidly. The villa also turned dark. Wang Yuan looked at Bai Jin with a solemn expression. Lightning's Bai Jin. His Esper ability is self-generation, and he can control lightning. His potential level is very high. He is a super criminal who has been very active in recent years. He's just a young man who squanders his talent. The guys outside can't stop him. Let me do it. Bennett's expression did not change. He opened the window and jumped from the roof to the ground. He walked past the panicking mercenaries and walked toward Bai Jin. His aura suddenly increased, and he instantly caught everyone's attention. Only then did the mercenaries notice this person who had been keeping a low profile beside Wang Yuan. They were shocked, and hope appeared in their hearts again. There's actually a powerful guy hiding here. Bai Jin sensed Bennett's aura and licked his lips excitedly. He then activated all the electricity stored in his body and was ready to attack. No matter how many weaklings I kill, it will not give me as much pleasure as killing a strong one. Bai Jin's eyes were extremely arrogant, and he stared at Bennett like a hungry wolf. The car of Division 13 was hidden in the forest far away, monitoring the manor from afar. Di Su secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The destructive power displayed by Bai Jin was too shocking. It was a destructive Esper ability against a military-grade Esper. I have to report this to Officer M.O. as soon as possible. If a supercriminal of this level has any designs on Seagull City, the consequences will be unimaginable. Di Su picked up the phone and was about to call M.O. Ran. On the surveillance screen, the auras of Bennett and Bai Jin were at the peak. The atmosphere was tense, and a fierce battle between powerful supers was about to break out at any time. Just as everyone held their breaths, at this critical moment, a thick cloud of blood suddenly burst out of Bai Jin's chest. Then, everyone heard a strange gunshot from afar. Chapter 120. Time moved forward. 2 hours ago. Holy sh*T, I finally succeeded. Han Zhao's surprised voice could be heard on the Fabian Military Arms transport aircraft. A brand new sniper rifle was lying quietly on the workbench. Its design was very different from the gunpowder sniper rifle. It was dark green in color and looked very thick. It was wide at the front and narrow in the middle. It had clear edges and corners, and the stock was hollow. It looked like a triangular bracket. The entire barrel was half embedded in the body of the gun. The exposed part of the barrel was exposed to the air, and the coil and wire were tightly intertwined. The gun was 87 meters long and was equipped with an optical multi-scope. It was also equipped with an electromagnetic scanning multi-scope. The two scopes could be used interchangeably. Successful. Searching database. Matching blueprints found. You have received the blueprint Ghost Sniper Rifle, incomplete. Ghost Gauss Sniper Rifle, incomplete. Type, light electromagnetic sniper rifle quality. White basic stats, 183 to 246 attack rate. 2 shots /S magazine capacity. 16 shots /S range. 1,100 meters damage level. 144 requirements. 45 DX, sniper LV6 ammunition type. Magnetic ammunition length. 87 meters weight. 12. 6 pounds additional effect. Low recoil. The recoil of the electromagnetic gun is lower. Slightly increases the accuracy of the shot. Incomplete limitation 1. Power, speed, and range are lower than the complete version. Incomplete limitation 2. Due to the lack of technology, the energy consumption is very high. Each shot will consume 10 ONA's energy. Battery capacity, 180. Incomplete limitation 3. Due to the lack of technology, some materials will be damaged after 20 to 30 shots, and the parts will need to be replaced. Requirements. Advanced electromagnetism LV. 1. Incomplete. Basic energy theory LV 5. Incomplete. Basic weaponry LV 5. Incomplete. What a pleasant surprise. Han Xiao was a little happy. He had only wanted to tinker with his own invention, and he did not expect to get an incomplete version of the blueprint. This meant that as long as the knowledge was in place, he would be able to get the complete version of the blueprint. The Ghost Sniper Rifle was a stable, light electromagnetic weapon. Han Shao was currently lacking two key pieces of knowledge, and the core of the knowledge was the advanced knowledge that was extremely difficult to obtain. He was already very satisfied that he was able to create an incomplete version of the sniper rifle. Even if the Ghost Gauss sniper rifle was an incomplete version, its output was still 2 to 3 times more efficient than a Red Falcon. Furthermore, electromagnetic weapons usually had an over-the-horizon range, and the incomplete version did not show that yet. As for the limitation of the defect, Han Shao also had a temporary solution, which was to create enough backup batteries. This way, he would not have to worry about the high energy consumption. The only problem was that it would cost a lot of money, but this was not a problem at all for the rich technician Han. He had plenty of money. Ghost material problem was handled in the same way. All they had to do was prepare the replacement materials. The ammunition of electromagnetic weapons was different from that of gunpowder weapons. It required special magnetic pellets or conductors, and it was impossible to use the special ammunition from before. This was a big problem, but given some time, he could integrate the principle of special ammunition into the magnetic pellets. However, in the short term, only gunpowder weapons could use special ammunition, so he was not prepared to throw away the Red Falcon. Then, Han Shao created 2 clips of magnetic ammunition. At this time, his eyelids suddenly became heavy, and fatigue surged up like a tide. He held onto the table and took a deep breath for 3 seconds. Last night, he had not slept at all. First, he had completed the Return the Antique prize pool mission. Then, he had fought with the invisible demon and treated his wounds hastily. After that, he had started to develop new firearms without stopping until night fell. His body could take it, but his mental fatigue had been accumulating. That's it for today. Han Shao rubbed his eyes and turned off the lathe. The buzzing workshop quieted down, and the cold metal returned to its deathly stillness. The people on the plane were resting, and Han Shao did not want to stay here. He took his equipment, found a car, and prepared to rush back to the manor overnight. This way, he could avoid the situation where he could not make it in time if something unexpected happened tonight. With Brother Zhao's keen sense of smell, he smelled a strong scent of a flag from Wang Yuan's order to return to the manor by tomorrow morning. He had a hunch that if he really went back tomorrow morning, he might miss something, so Han Shao decided to be cautious. After driving tiredly for a long time, he soon arrived at the forest outside the manor. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky and reflected on his retina. Han Shao shuddered and hurriedly braked. An enemy is attacking the manor? F***CK, this is indeed a flag. Han Shao cursed in his heart and hurriedly turned off the engine. He carried his equipment and sneaked up to the tree. He took out his binoculars to observe the battle outside the manor and was shocked. If it's not a hidden character that I don't know, there are only 4 people in the Blue Star who have this level of control over electricity. Deuce of Lightning, Electric Eye, Ember Lightning, and a Germinal Organization executive officer. This person's lightning ability has extremely strong impact and can also release EMP, but it seems like it can only be released externally and cannot be used to stimulate the body's activity through electricity. Then his physique should be electricity resistance, not electricity affinity. This should be Ember Lightning's performance. Another famous person in the Blue Star. After observing for a while, he finally saw Bennett walk out of the manor. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he knew that he should not make a move. Suddenly, he realized that the hidden requirement of the 5th round was probably to solve all the problems by himself and not give Bennett a chance to make a move. Only this could explain the difference of 10 times between the mission reward and the special reward. With that in mind, Han Shao immediately picked up the Ghost Sniper Rifle, opened the scope, and aimed at Ember Lightning from afar. Flaming Will, Han Shao yelled in a low voice. Don't be mistaken, there was no need to shout to trigger the skill. He just felt that it would be more exciting this way, and the chances of Ember Lightning would be higher. 1/10 of his energy was instantly depleted. You have added Flaming Will. Your next attack will deal 180% base damage. What did I say? How can I get a critical hit without shouting the skill name? Han Xiao immediately pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic gun shook slightly, and the exposed part of the gun suddenly lit up with blue electricity. The special magnetic needle bullet was fired out of the gun and disappeared from sight with a flash of blue light. The initial speed of the bullet was about twice as fast as the gunpowder gun, making it more difficult for the enemy to react. The recoil was very small, and the impact on accuracy was negligible. The needle bullet with blue light penetrated Ember Lightning's body in an instant, and Ember Lightning had no time to dodge. The bullet hit his heart, and a cloud of blood burst out. Damage notifications appeared on the interface like a stream of water. You have dealt 200% sneak attack critical hit to Ember Lightning, LV-48. You have dealt 200% critical hit to Ember Lightning, LV-48. This attack has gained the bonus of Flaming Will. Base damage is 190, theoretical damage. X 180% equals 342. This attack has gained the bonus of critical hit. 342 by 400% equals 1,368 damage. You have dealt 1,175 damage to Ember Lightning. Damage reduction has been calculated. You have dealt a heavy blow to Ember Lightning's heart, dealing more than 1/3 of the target's maximum HP. Ember Lightning has entered a state of severe bleeding, losing 2% HP every second for 10 seconds. Ember Lightning has entered a state of paralysis, unable to move, defense reduced by 30% for 3 seconds. Ember Lightning has entered a state of weakness, all attributes reduced by 50% for 30 seconds. Ember Lightning spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His heart had been pierced, and all his strength was draining away. He looked in the direction where the bullet came from, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Bennett was also shocked. Even if Ember Lightning was an Esper and had a relatively average physique, he had the protection of energy. How could he have been hit so badly by a sniper's bullet? The power of this shot was beyond his imagination. How can I die here? Ember Lightning, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was extremely frightened. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Before he could finish his thought, Han Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, fired again. A stream of blood spurted out of Ember Lightning's left eye, and the bullet drilled into his brain. The third shot followed closely. It also drilled into Ember Lightning's left eye, sending his skull flying. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Fatal attack. Ember Lightning fell to the ground. His other intact, I was filled with frozen shock and indignation. The whole place was silent. These 3 shots were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, silent but deadly. They carried the aura of a ruler of life and death, as if they were filled with the aura of death. It stunned the whole place. Bennett sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 shots. Only 3 shots. An Esper criminal who could fight an army head-on, who made the special agents and superheroes of various countries helpless, was killed in an instant. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. The development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. That unstoppable enemy, like the God of Thunder, was killed in 3 shots just like that? Unbelievable. In the car Division 13, Disu Su's eyes were wide open, and her voice was trembling. Chapter 121. Han Xiao looked up from behind the scope with a surprised expression. He was also shocked by the power of the 3 shots. The second shot had hit a vital point and dealt a critical hit. Coupled with the fact that Bai Jin's attributes were greatly weakened, the damage was almost doubled. The damage of the first 2 shots was off the charts. Han Xiao estimated that a level 48 Esper like Bai Jin, who was strong in offense but weak in defense, would have around 2,500 HP. Hence, the third shot was judged to be a lethal attack, directly killing Bai Jin. Most importantly, the first shot had dealt an explosive amount of damage, which had multiplied by several times. It had directly knocked White Ember to his knees, turning him into a sitting duck. Backstab damage equals siege crossbow. This was indeed common knowledge. You have killed by Gene, LV48. You have received 64,000 EXP. You have killed a target 14 levels above you. Bonus 360% EXP. Total EXP 230400. Your damage output is 100%. You have received 230,400 100%. EXP. Han Xiao did not expect that he would be able to successfully kill a target that was above his level. He had received nearly 300,000 EXP in one go, making up for the loss of constantly fusing blueprints to create the Ghost Sniper Rifle. He still had some left over. Looking outside the manor again, the whole place was eerily silent. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that a huge battle would break out, and they were all prepared for a tough battle. However, things had happened too suddenly, and they were all stunned. Ta-da-ta! Footsteps sounded in the forest, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on the source of the footsteps with curiosity, awe, and shock. At this time, dark clouds gradually covered the moon, and the silvery moonlight disappeared inch by inch. At this time, Han Xiao walked out of the forest in a black trench coat. Only the lower half of his face was illuminated. The moonlight seemed to shrink as he moved forward, and darkness spread with his footsteps. He was like a nightmare that came with the night, a ghost that was always hidden in the night. This extremely handsome appearance immediately caused a series of gasps. The image of this moment was like a brand that was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone. Everyone knew that they would never be able to forget this scene. Mr. Black, it's actually him? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Mr. Hay was very strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. Bennett was very surprised. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time. With the destructive power that Han Xiao had just displayed, it was enough to pose a threat to him. When Han Xiao came closer, Bennett couldn't help but praise, "Well done." It's just SOSO. Han Xiao never forgot to be modest. Looking around, Han Xiao saw that the surrounding mercenaries were staring at him without moving. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, go do what you need to do." The mercenaries seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly began to repair the manor's fortifications. They all subconsciously allowed Han Xiao to give orders. Bai Jin's corpse was moved in and casually covered with a cloth. No one would forget that this was the corpse of a powerful super. Every time they saw it, their respect for Han Xiao deepened. The enemy's corpse was a medal. Han Xiao walked into the villa, and Wang Yuan came over. This time, his smile was no longer polite. It was full of admiration and sincerity. He said, "What an amazing 3 shots. Even this old man was shocked by you. You're too polite." Han Xiao waved his hand and glanced at Bennett beside him. "With him here, your life won't be in danger at all." Wang Yuan smiled and said, "I've checked the files. The Rothschild family recommended you for this mission. Your strength is far beyond the standard of a Scorpion grade. I'll directly promote you to Ghost grade." This was an obvious gesture of goodwill. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised to be promoted to Ghost grade in one try. He nodded and accepted Wang Yuan's goodwill. In the forest, Disu Su reported Han Xiao's performance with a solemn expression. "Mr. Black has terrifying sniping abilities, and his destructive power is unpredictable. I suggest adding him to the list of major threats." "Permission granted," Mo Rand said in a deep voice. Division 13 had a record of all extremely dangerous targets, which was the so-called major threat file. Han Xiao's performance had already attracted their attention, especially since he was a sniper, a profession that specialized in assassination. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan gathered all the mercenaries and stated that the guard mission was over and that the payment for the mission would be directly credited to their accounts. With all the traitors in the organization captured, Wang Yuan's goal was accomplished. As for the hidden demon, since his employer was dead, he naturally wouldn't continue to assassinate him. Han Xiao checked his bank account. This time, he had received 2 million, which was twice as much as the original reward. After thinking about it, he understood that this was the extra reward that Wang Yuan gave him. His performance in the last 3 shots was worth this price. Round 5 completed. You have received 30,000 EXP. Hidden requirement: Bennett did not join the battle completed. You received 300,000 EXP. This time, there was no new chain quest, which meant that the chain quest was over. At this time, the experience points accumulated had directly broken through the 1 million mark. The reward for this mission was very generous. I've finally completed this mission. Han Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. He found Bennett and gave him the lock HOC sniper rifle. You're giving me a gift again? Bennett was very surprised. Seeing that the gift this time was to his liking, he said helplessly, "What do you want?" "I want to learn combat techniques." Why is it this sentence again? Bennett's head hurt. After thinking for a while, he decided to teach Han Xiao the techniques that were suitable for his sniping ability. In my early years, I was an assassin who specialized in stealth in the dark. Perhaps these techniques of mine will be of some help to you. After listening to the explanation for an hour, Han Xiao received a new mission. You have triggered Level D mission, Night Stalker, class change. Mission introduction. You have learned some special techniques from Bennett's explanation, but you still need to perfect them with practice. Mission requirements. Complete 5 assassination missions in a dark environment. Level is not limited. Reward. Receive Night Stalker class. Night Stalker, this was the subclass that Han Xiao had wanted to get from Bennett for a long time. He would be able to learn skills such as stealth, and critical strike bonus. Together with his flaming will and ghost sniper rifle, he would be able to perfect the combat style of the stealth sniper style. Furthermore, he would have a chance to activate the lethal shot talent. Furthermore, this subclass was very rare in version 1. The attribute bonus was not low, and the experience required to level up was less than the main class. Just leveling up the main class required a huge amount of experience, and the subclass was mainly used to increase his combat abilities. After finishing the explanation, Bennett paused and said, "I can see that your ki is not strong, but your killing power is incredible. This is my number. You can call me anytime. Of course, I may need you to do something for me in the future. What do you think?" "Okay." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the other main mission related to Bennett. Naturally, he had no objections. They exchanged numbers. He forgot to mention that Han Technician was no longer using the black brick phone that Division 13 had given him. The guarding mission was finally over, and the mercenaries in the manor heaved a sigh of relief. They started to pack up and prepare to leave. Han Xiao walked around and received a bunch of phone numbers from the leaders of the assassins and mercenaries. He had gained a lot of connections, and these people might come in handy one day. Golden Fox took the initiative to give her number to Han Xiao and ran away in a hurry. She was in awe of Han Zhao's strength, but she could not accept his taste in women. She had no intention of doing anything. The manor became quiet, and everyone started to leave. Han Xiao drove back to Seagull City's airport and boarded Fabian's plane. After completing 2 high-reward missions, Han Xiao had accumulated a huge amount of experience. The general plan for the last period before the public beta will be based on the missions that were mainly for rewards. I have already become a ghost-level assassin. Missions, commissions, and intelligence have priority. Now that I have paved the way, as long as I do it step by step, I will definitely be able to obtain legendary points. Then, I will be free to complete the last goal, F*CK Germinal. I hope you guys can withstand my storm-like love. Han Xiao smiled slyly, but at the same time, it was very cold. In the intelligence department of Division 13, the head of the intelligence department received a file transfer report. It was an application for Mr. Black to be transferred into the file of a major threat target. Mr. Black, origin and birth unknown. Currently, he is an assassin of the Blood Pact Society. He has only completed 2 missions. He destroyed the Rose militant mercenary group in the Samar Desert and displayed extraordinary sniping skills when he was guarding the River Valley Manor. He repelled the invisible demon and killed Embers of Lightning with 3 shots. This person is extremely vigilant and has excellent stealth skills. Appendix. Once shook off the stalkers of Division 13. Furthermore, he is a mechanic. His boots have the ability to glide at high speeds. The sniper rifle he uses is a specially made weapon with amazing lethality. He requires special attention. Another powerful guy has appeared. Sigh. After reading the information sent by the Seagull City branch, the head of the intelligence department sighed. He took out his seal and stamped it on the footer of the document. Entry approved. Something big happened in the underground world. There was a shocking change in the Darknet's assassin ranking list. An unknown assassin with the code name Mr. Black had rocketed from the top 1,000 to the 23rd assassin ranking list. I have never heard of this name. What's his background? The Darknet's ranking list has always been fair. It is impossible to manipulate it. Go and find out about Mr. Black's background immediately. In the strongholds of different forces, many people were calling each other to ask around. The underground world's intelligence network was interconnected, and the basic information was quickly obtained. Some of the mercenaries and assassins who had fought side by side in River Valley Manor leaked the information. Han Zhao's achievement of killing Bai Jin in 3 shots had instantly attracted the attention of the underground world. The first reaction of those who knew the name of Lightning Mauler was to think that the information was fake. However, they were faced with concrete evidence. A mercenary took a picture of Bai Jin's tragic death. It was a wound caused by 3 gunshots. The experienced assassins were shocked. Although Bai Jin was strong in attack and weak in defense, he was still a high-level blue star. He was not afraid of bullets. How could he be killed in 1 shot? More people went to investigate Mr. Black's background, but they found that this person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew his previous identity. He was like a ghost that suddenly appeared and floated in the underground world. Mysterious and powerful, Mr. Black's code name began to become famous in the underground world and entered the list of many forces. The old-school theory was that assassins should hide in the dark. Being famous was tantamount to failure. However, for the Blood Pack Society, being famous was the only way to get customers. Fame was also a deterrent. Anyone who dared to threaten the Darknet would have to consider whether they could withstand the continuous assassination of the Assassin Alliance. Since the veteran assassins of the Blood Pack Society died, left, or retired, the reputation of the Assassin Alliance was declining day by day. The Blood Pack Society was faintly trying to make Mr. Black their signature. Chapter 122. The ferocious-looking Thorns was traveling alone in the endless wasteland of Gorst. It was dragging a cargo compartment behind it, which made it look like neither fish nor fowl. The cargo compartment was filled with parts and materials that were worth millions. They were all items that Han Xiao had purchased in one go. Han Xiao was the only one in the car. As he drove, he observed the coordinate radar and headed toward a deserted city called Grey Metal Ruins. After completing the River Valley Manor mission, his favorability with the Blood Pack Society had increased tremendously. Based on this development, as long as he continued to complete missions, he would be able to obtain legendary points before the open beta. He would also be able to complete the class advancement mission and obtain the Night Stalker class. This subclass was relatively rare in version 1.0. Other than obtaining new skills, Han Xiao was also planning to use it to reach level 40 and begin the second class advancement mission. The upper limit of the main class, Trainee Mechanic, was level 15. The higher the level, the more experience he would need to level up. With the current efficiency of gaining experience, adding a new subclass was a good choice. It could also improve his combat style. Before carrying out his plan to deal with the Germinal organization, Han Xiao planned to build a secret base to store supplies and equipment. This would give him an escape route. Currently, the Fabian organization was very reliable. However, he was used to leaving an escape route in case he had a conflict with the Fabian organization. Although the possibility of that happening was very small, it was safer to rely on himself. Everything would change, especially relationships. Brother Xiao had seen too many of such things, just like his ex-girlfriend Sai. As long as the hoe was swung well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug out. Since ancient times, deep feelings couldn't be retained, and tricks were always used to win people's hearts. If love had a color, then it would definitely be the color of forgiveness. Society was too fickle, and if one wasn't careful, it would go wrong. It was not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. We're almost at the gray metal ruins. The brownish-red ground was like solidified blood. The wheels rolled over the hardened soil, making a unique sound of friction. Through the window, he could occasionally see some strange-looking plants growing sparsely on the wasteland. It was bleak and desolate. At the end of his vision, the outline of a ruined city appeared. The gray metal ruins was a dead city. Even wanderers were unwilling to live there. Only insects and beasts lived there. This used to be the capital of a country, surrounded by green plains. When the flames of war spread, the city was turned into ruins, and the plains became the wasteland of Gorse today. Civilization and wasteland merged into one on this planet. The world is always changing, for better or for worse. There was an abandoned base in the ruins of this city that no one knew about, and that was Han Zhao's target. As they approached the gray metal ruins, the scenery became even more desolate. The buildings were covered in vines, and the streets were covered in moss. There was no sign of life. A few single-legged wall-jumping snakes jumped out from the middle of the road. The sound of the car's engine awakened the life in this dead city. Insects crawled out from the gaps between the houses and the roads. They lay on the side of the street and watched the car speed past. Their limbs touched their compound eyes and shook their antennae. In the south of the gray metal ruins, there was a building that looked like a military base. The electric net was full of holes, and there was no electricity. Most of the buildings inside had collapsed. Han Zhao drove the car in and stopped outside a semicircular bunker marked with a red sign, S539. The bunker's door was only left with a gap, and dust was floating in the air, making it a little pungent. After getting out of the car, Han Zhao took out Spider Number 1 and threw it into the bunker. He had modified Spider Number 1's camera, which had thermal and electromagnetic scanning capabilities. It could also hear. After half an hour, he used Spider Number 1 to make sure that there were no living creatures inside the bunker. He then walked in, turned on the flashlight, and found a room in the bunker. He found a gap in the wall and pulled it open, revealing the elevator shaft behind it. Underneath the bunker was the abandoned base that he was looking for. Han Zhao knew this place very well. In his previous life, this was his base, but unfortunately, it was taken away by a guild. Back then, Brother Zhao was still a little boy who was bullied by others because they had more people. Looking at it now, he had this secret base with ready-made defenses. As long as there was a supply of energy, there was no need to worry about being attacked. He could only blame himself for being too weak back then. The underground base was big enough, and there were 2 emergency tunnels. There were spider webs and dust everywhere. Let's call this gray metal base. Han Zhao came up with a reliable name. At this time, there was no energy source in the base. Han Zhao took out many self-powered flashlights to provide light. Then, he started the most important energy modification. Gray metal base's original cable was connected to the power plant in the military base. Now that the entire city was dead, the power plant naturally stopped operating. The power plant was on the ground, and it was quite a distance away from Gray Metal Base. Han Zhao went to the power plant, and it was in a worse state. Many of the generators had been scrapped. However, he did not count on these old equipment. He had known that this would happen. Previously, he had spent a lot of money to buy a batch of solar generators from Fabian. He placed them in the cargo compartment and took them out one by one to replace some of the equipment in the power plant. Then he connected the underground cable to Gray Metal Base to the new solar generators. When he returned to Gray Metal Base, there was already energy. The lights were turned on, and the entire base could be seen clearly. The base that had been in darkness for a long time finally welcomed light again. The solar generators were clean, efficient, and hidden. The excess power during the day was stored in the batteries. The current power was enough to support the base's 24 hours of operation. Han Zhao started to clean the base. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere. At this time, he could not help but miss Lu Qian, who had maxed out her housework skills. Speaking of which, he had not seen Lu Qian for a while, and he missed her cooking. I wonder how she would react to me leaving without saying goodbye. Thinking about how Old Man Lu had promoted his granddaughter time and time again, Han Xiao could not help but smile. After cleaning, he moved the supplies from Thorns down. The parts and materials were stored in the warehouse. The water and canned food were placed in the fridge in the food storage room. He spent some experience points to increase his basic programming to level 10. He modified the main control room and created a chip program to coordinate the data of all the fortifications in the base. Its specific function was like a job distribution panel in a business simulation game. It was convenient to allocate energy. For the next few days, Han Xiao was modifying the base. The base was gradually taking shape. There were infrared detectors and heat detectors for the alarm system. There were small machine gun arrays and piercing traps for the fortifications. The munitions bunker on the ground was also renovated, and the metal gate was fixed. This made gray metal base even more secretive. The most important thing was that Han Xiao had created 3 assistant-type rangers. After reaching the maximum level of basic programming, the low-level smart chip could store some simple operation blueprints and allow the robots to build them. It was connected to the main control system of the base and could build ammunition and other machinery without rest. Han Xiao also gained some experience points. It was equivalent to having experience points 24 hours a day. One robot assistant could provide 2,000 to 4,000 experience points per day. 3 robots would provide almost 10,000 experience points. It was very stable. The energy of gray metal base was limited, and the 3 robot assistants had reached the limit. The parts and materials stored were only enough for the robot assistants to build for 10 days. Therefore, the logistics could not be interrupted. Coincidentally, Han Xiao could take this time to go out and do assassination missions, forming a perfect chain. In the early stages, if the players wanted to build a base, they could only hire a lot of mechanics to help. Due to the lack of experience points, the knowledge that each player learned was biased and had shortcomings. However, with my 3 knowledge branches leveled up at the same time, I can do all the work by myself. However, the shortcomings are also very obvious. My experience requirement is several times that of a normal player. Luckily, I know how to make money, Han Xiao thought to himself. Although the gray metal base was small, it was complete and looked brand new. Han Xiao looked at the results of the past few days of hard work, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. I can be considered a man with a foundation. After completing the modification of the base, it was time to deal with the germinal organization. During this period of time, he did not provoke them, and they had developed a little. Han Xiao looked at the progress of the destruction, and it had indeed decreased by a few tenths of a %. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry at all. The reason why he had set this target as the last was because he did not plan to destroy the germinal organization's bases one by one. He was going to do something big. Han Xiao's plan was very simple, and it was also very big. He was going to throw all the information he knew about the germinal organization's bases to the 6 nations. Crazy and deadly. The 6 nations had been enemies with the germinal organization for a long time. Once they found the weakness of the germinal organization, they would definitely not let it go. As long as he did such a crazy thing, the germinal organization would definitely suffer a huge blow. However, at the same time, the situation of the entire Blue Star would be shaken, and the original storyline might be changed. However, that was why it was so exciting. Being afraid of changing the storyline was never the mentality of a strong person. In the eyes of a chaotic person, there was no joy in an unchanging world. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Thick energy flowed in his body, and confidence beat in his chest. Now, I am no longer the weakling who had just entered the Blue Star. I now have enough strength to fight against most of the enemies on this planet. Strength was confidence, and patience was so that one day there would be no more patience. Now he could protect himself, and he could finally fulfill this goal that he had for a long time. Han Xiao connected his phone to the computer and created an anti-tracking program to hide the number and address. Then, he dialed a familiar number. "Hello, who is this?" Feng Jun's voice came from the phone. Han Xiao joked, "Guess." Feng Jun almost choked on his saliva. This despicable voice was too familiar. He immediately recognized Han Xiao. He did not expect Han Xiao to call back. You dare to call back? Chapter 123. Division 13 Headquarters, Intelligence Department. Director Gu Hui and the head of intelligence were looking at their phones with serious expressions. Feng Jun was standing at the side, feeling uneasy. Can you track his location? The technician was sweating profusely. We can't crack his anti-tracking program. He's a top hacker. Veins popped out on Gu Hui's forehead. When did that guy become a hacker? Why didn't I know? After thinking for a while, Gu Hui picked up the phone and said, Han Xiao, you left Division 13 without permission. You violated the confidentiality rules. It's going to be very bad for you. Han Xiao laughed and saw through Gu Hui's intentions. Are you going to ask me when I'm going back? You know what you're doing. Gu Hui shouted. I'm not going back. You want to defect? Gu Hui's eyes narrowed, and his tone became very serious. Han Xiao said slowly, You've misunderstood. I still want to continue working with you, but the method needs to be changed. Gu Hui frowned. What do you mean? They pricked up their ears and waited for him to continue. With a click, Han Xiao hung up the phone. The head of intelligence was expressionless, but his trembling eyes showed that he was not calm. Gu Hui took a deep breath and repeated in his heart, I'm the director. I can't flip the table. I'm the director. I can't flip the table, ding. His phone rang, indicating that he had received a message. Gu Hui narrowed his eyes and opened the message. Numerous messages flooded his screen like a waterfall. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the contents. It was all information on the Germinal organization's bases in southern continent. It was very detailed. This is the method of cooperation he was talking about. Gu Hui was shocked, and the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. This was the information they had been looking for, and Han Xiao had actually handed it over so quickly. He was too sincere. Gu Hui fell in a deep thought. Han Xiao's display of sincerity was beyond his expectations. The problem now was how to deal with Han Xiao's identity. If they were to say that he had defected, then his current actions would benefit Star Dragon. If they were to say that he was returning, then Han Xiao had personally said that he would not return. After thinking for a while, Gu Hui made a decision. Stop the search for Han Xiao. Keep his identity as an official agent. Move his information to the file of outgoing agents. Feng Jun shuddered. The director's decision meant that Division 13 had reconciled with Han Xiao, and that Han Xiao was still considered one of their own. The records of excursion agents belonged to Division 13, but they were allowed to move about freely. Only some of the meritorious and retired agents were given such treatment. Although he had not spent much time with Han Xiao, their relationship was quite good. Feng Jun was somewhat happy. At least they would not become enemies. Gu Hui was in a good mood after getting the information he needed. He gave a few words of encouragement to the head of the intelligence department. Just as he was about to leave, the bespectacled secretary of the intelligence department stumbled into the room. She was out of breath and said, Director, Hesla's intelligence department, Red Maple Coloma, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan have all sent us a communication request. Gu Hui's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Only when there was an emergency would the intelligence department of each country contact another country. It had been many years since the last meeting between the intelligence departments of the 6 nations. What was going on? Gu Hui walked into the meeting room with a heavy heart. There were 5 screens on the big screen, showing 5 people with different appearances. They were the heads of the intelligence departments of the other 5 nations, and their positions in their respective countries were similar to Gu Hui's. What happened? Gu Hui asked in a low voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that the heads of the other 5 nations' intelligence departments were looking at him strangely, which made his hair stand on end. Ordina was the first to speak. Ahem, Director of Division 13. Do you know the Germinal organization's most wanted criminal, Zero? Gu Hui's eyes widened. He had a bad premonition. It's like this. All 5 of us have received information from Zero. It included the distribution of the Germinal organization's secret bases in the southern, western, and northern continents. We have always been very cautious about information from unknown sources. But he added a sentence at the end of the report. Star Dragon's Division 13 can testify for my information. So we came to ask you, Mother Asterisk Kerr, you actually sent the information to all the countries and even wanted us to be the witness. Han Shao, you're still so King bad. Gu Hui's vision darkened. He felt like there were 10,000 Han Zhao's smirks running through his mind. The Ghost Gauss sniper rifle, incomplete, the electromagnetic hover boots, the face simulator, and a magnetically controlled retractable armor that had evolved to its complete form. This set of equipment supported his stealth sniping and kiting-style combat mode, which was a very popular battle tactic in the early stages of the mechanic class. Furthermore, the equipment that he had created had attributes that were beyond his current level, so one could only imagine how powerful it was. Coupled with the bonuses from his equipment, his current combat power was around 1,100, which was above average in the Blue Star. Furthermore, Han Shao had the molding ability Elementary Strengthen Life, which made him very tanky. Flaming Will was upgraded to LV5, and the lowest multiplier was increased to 138%. Although he was basically unlucky with the double critical hit of sneak attacks and vital points, even the lowest multiplier was greatly increased. As long as he did not meet a monster like Bennett, Han Shao could deal with most situations, and the assassination missions from the Blood Pact Society were not a problem. Time passed as Han Shao continued to complete one mission after another. He gained a huge amount of EXP and wealth, and he became stronger step by step. Mr. Black's name was feared by more and more underground forces. His ranking on the assassin list also reached the 10th place, and he finally received a legendary point. At the same time, the underground world gave Han Shao a new nickname, Black Phantom. There were only wrong code names, but not wrong nicknames. I'll pay you 1 bullet and take your life away. That sounds pretty cool. In fact, when he first found out that he had been given this nickname, Han Zhao's feelings were very complicated. Black Phantom, why not call me White Yiksha? Han Shao was the most active member in the underground world during this period. The Blood Pact Society's relationship with him had reached a high level, and they treated him as their new signboard. According to the statistics department of the Blood Pact Society, since the rise of Black Phantom, their business finally stopped declining and even rose by 6%, pulling in the commissions of other assassins. The volume of business was far ahead. However, 2 months later, the whole world's attention was attracted by another big event. As the last civilized country of the Blue Star, the Six Nations' every move involved the nerves of everyone in the world. Whether it was the underground world, the Wanderers, the Warlords, or the various organizations, they were always paying attention to the Six Nations' actions, especially their military actions. After the War of the Old Era, the Blue Star now coexisted with order and chaos. Wars were happening all the time, and the Six Nations did not have to pretend to be peaceful anymore. One day, 2 months later, the relatively stable world suddenly changed. The Six Nations sent out a large number of troops at the same time, sweeping through the 3 continents and the secret bases of the Germinal Organization. Their determination to fight shook the whole world. War had come without warning. The world was in turmoil, and everyone was afraid that the nightmare of the old era would descend on this planet again. The wounds caused by the war had not healed, and no one wanted to be swallowed by the disaster again. Even within the Six Nations, there were a large number of anti-war protesters, but the Six Nations ignored them. In their eyes, the Germinal Organization was the root of the disaster, a terrorist organization that wanted to overthrow the regime at all times. The conflict could be traced back to the War of the Old Era, when the Germinal Organization gathered the people of the fallen countries. Until now, the two sides have been in a stalemate. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Those who were more knowledgeable were not shocked by the tough attitude of the Six Nations, but they were surprised by the source of the Six Nations' intelligence. Why did the Six Nations act at the same time and accurately attack the hidden bases of the Germinal Organization? There was only one possibility. Someone had provided a large amount of intelligence. It could be said that the mysterious person who provided the intelligence was the mastermind behind the war. After many inquiries, the Six Nations revealed the name of this person. Zero, the traitor of the Germinal Organization. The underground world was shocked. Among the people of the fallen countries recruited by the Germinal Organization, there were soldiers who held on to their ideals, as well as scum who committed crimes. There had been traitors before, but they were like street rats, hiding in fear of being hunted down. Only Zero's fierce counterattack against the Germinal Organization had caused such a huge commotion. Why did Zero have so much intelligence? Was he a high-ranking member of the Germinal Organization before he defected? Countless people were puzzled. Everything was a mystery, and there was no way to know. However, it did not prevent all the forces from adding the name Zero to their list of threats. War is coming. Bennett looked at the gray sky worriedly, and his mood was as gloomy as the sky. Wang Yuan whispered beside him, "Looks like the shelter plan needs to be brought forward." Chapter 124. Andrea Mainland, Germinal Organization Headquarters. Bang! A fist wrapped in a black glove slammed into the wall. The sound was like hitting a steel lathe. The powerful force caused a large part of the wall to collapse, revealing the steel bars inside. However, the fist was not damaged at all. The leader's whole body was bursting with anger. His subordinates beside him were trembling in fear, not daring to provoke him. All the secret bases in the other 3 continents were being wiped out by the Six Nations. Huge losses were being incurred every day. The German organization's main base was located in Andrea Mainland, and the secret bases in the other 3 continents were all bridgeheads and nails for future wars. However, this loss directly destroyed the organization's years of hard work. It was a serious blow. Zero, the leader took a deep breath. His lung capacity was unfathomable. How much information does Han Xiao have? This was the question that the leader had always suspected. He felt that Han Xiao could not have access to too much crucial information. He had asked the organization's hackers to check for loopholes in the program many times, but there were no signs of hacking. He had also investigated the organization's higher-ups many times, but there were no traitors. The source of Zero's information was too strange. It was as if he could predict the future. In fact, including the Dark Crow Valley, the 4 bases lost were not particularly important to the organization. When the 4 secret bases were uprooted, the leader had hesitated whether to move the other bases in southern continent, but he did not take action. It was not because he was optimistic, but because moving the other bases rashly would expose them and cause them to lose their secret effect. It was equivalent to giving up a huge amount of initial investment, wasting money and time. It was very likely that he would fall into Zero's trap and make a mountain out of a molehill. However, the current situation showed that Zero had detailed information about the organization. It was far beyond his expectations. Valkyrie experiment, brain strengthening, awakening. Thinking about Han Zhao's performance, the leader felt as if there was a clue that pointed to the truth. Zero had awakened the ability to predict the future. No wonder he could get the information, escape from the laboratory, and avoid the organization's pursuit. The leader closed his eyes, anger boiling in his heart. He felt that this was the only explanation. Zero was a monster created by the Germinal organization, and the organization's current situation was the result of swallowing the bitter fruit of its own creation. Regret? The leader did not allow himself to have such emotions. It was meaningless. This kind of person was too dangerous. If he was allowed to live, all the organization's operations would be exposed. He had to be eliminated. The silence lasted for 3 minutes. A pin drop could be heard. The leader's low and hoarse voice slowly sounded, and there was a deep murderous intent in it. Even though the Germinal organization members present knew that the leader was not targeting them, they still felt a chill down their spine. Move all the bases in the 3 continents. Don't worry about losses. Move as many as you can. Activate the hibernation plan. All operations will be underground. All intelligence personnel will thoroughly search for traces of Zero. Do not miss any clues. Before we find Zero, delay the full-scale war plan indefinitely. Dust of Fallen Seeds, current progress, 13. 8% in gray metal base. Han Xiao, whose beard had grown thicker, was curled up on the sofa. His fingers swiped across the tablet, scrolling through the intelligence reports of the Darknet. Almost all of them were about the movements of the Six Nations. 2 months ago, the Han technician had sent the information to the Six Nations in bulk. Naturally, the Six Nations did not take action immediately. They first sent people to confirm that the information was correct, then secretly deployed resources to prepare for war. Then, 2 months later, they officially started the military operation. The results were very satisfactory, and a large number of German organization bases were eliminated. Of course, there were some secret bases that even Han Xiao did not know about. They were all preserve forces. Han Xiao's mission progress also increased because of this. Although the indirect progress was a little lower, he won by quantity. With the actions of the Six Nations, the progress was increasing day by day. The German organization was not a pig that stretched its neck out to be attacked. It resolutely cut off its tail and escaped without hesitation. The remaining bases were all evacuated to minimize losses. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. Next, it would depend on the results of the Six Nations' pursuit of victory. Based on momentum, my mission progress is estimated to be more than 20%. All the bases of the Germinal organization in the 3 continents accounted for about 50% of the progress, and the headquarters in Andria accounted for the remaining half. The Germinal organization's strength was greatly damaged, and it would definitely not be able to declare war on the Six Nations 3 months after the open beta, like in the original storyline. The Germinal organization's bases in the 3 continents were all removed, cutting off most of the ways for players to join the Germinal organization. The players of the Germinal organization would be reduced by 90%. In Han Xiao's view, this was the biggest gain. Now that the chaos is over, I can personally intercept and kill the countless retreating troops of the Germinal organization to increase my mission progress. Wholesale information could only be done once, so Han Xiao was prepared to take this opportunity to personally attack the Germinal organization while they were down. He would try his best to actively destroy the Germinal organization's mission progress. This little butterfly like him had stirred up a storm. The storyline of the Six Nations and the Germinal organization had been messed up by him. If he accidentally destroyed one of the main storyline events of the Blue Star organization, the Blue Star players might become free to explore with nothing to do. Interesting. Han Zhao's mouth curled up with a strange smile. These 2 months of being an assassin had given him a lot of experience. Night Stalker had been unlocked long ago, providing stealth, hold your breath, and other stealth skills. This subprofession's upgrade bonus was more toward agility. Now, Han Zhao's total level had increased to 40, and he was stuck at the promotion. This time, the promotion requirement was in the form of a mission. Second promotion, defeat 3 strong enemies above your level. The standard for defeating enemies is that they are at least 5 levels higher than you. Current progress, 0/3D. Defeating enemies above your level was a common requirement for promotion. It was not difficult, and players could form teams to complete it. For Han Xiao, it was even easier. Unfortunately, the previous cross-level victories were not included in the current mission progress. As one's level increased, cross-level kills became more and more difficult. Now that Han Xiao was at level 40, he had to kill at least a level 45 enemy to reach the cross-level requirement. A level 45 enemy was already the 3rd tier of the Blue Star organization. Even if he could kill wild beasts, he had to find one that matched his level. Because he was stuck at the promotion and could not level up, Han Xiao put his experience into his skills to increase the combat power of the sniper style. Before he obtained a powerful machine that could become the core of his battle tactics, he would not change his sniper-style tactics. Other than that, he had also fused more new blueprints, and his personal strength had improved tremendously. Other than the legend points from the Assassin leaderboard, Han Xiao had also received an unexpected legend point. Planet Legend Point, Blue Star Mysterious 0, As a traitor of the germinal organization, you have single-handedly shaken the foundation of the organization. No one expected this outcome. You are now the archenemy of the germinal organization. Perhaps you should protect your identity. Many people want to find you. This legend point came from my actions of distributing intelligence to the germinal organization, which caused a huge loss to them and caused a disturbance in the Blue Star organization. I think I understand how to get this type of legend point. As long as I disrupt the original storyline of the faction, that is to say, causing trouble, seems to be my forte. Han Xiao rubbed his chin in thought. His relationship with the germinal organization had dropped to -3,000, and he had become their archenemy. The relationship was solidified and could never be improved. This hatred point is really stable. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, the gray metal base was also more complete. He had upgraded the base's energy source, and there were already 8 assistant-type rangers working diligently. They were a stable source of experience, and the cost of each assistant-type ranger was around 200,000. Mechanic-class players could create assistant-type rangers, but very few people did so in the early days because it was not cost-effective. They would only give a few thousand experience per day, which could be obtained by completing a few missions. Furthermore, low-level robot assistants could only perform simple tasks. If they needed parts, the players could buy them directly from the player market. Even the big guilds did not use assistant-type robots in the early days. They had a production team and did not lack manpower. It was only when the mechanic class learned how to create mid-level smart chips that the robots could perform more precise operations that the robot assistants gradually became the standard equipment of the mechanic class. However, to Han Xiao, money was not important. He glanced at his darknet account, and a long string of zeros jumped into his eyes. They were all rewards for completing various assassinations and bounties. There seemed to be some orders from Division 13, which he had almost forgotten. Han Xiao looked at the interface. There was only half an hour left until the open beta. The day has finally come. In an entire year, he had accumulated a huge amount of capital and was far ahead of the rest. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He sat on the sofa and waited silently. There was only 1 minute left until the open beta countdown. He looked at the time. Galaxy calendar, year 688, July 3rd, countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Open beta, activated retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Open beta duration, 1,271 days. Welcome to Galaxy version 1. 0 Descender. Chapter 125. Since the beginning of its development, Galaxy had received a lot of attention. There's almost no publicity, only some basic information provided by the official website. However, its popularity continued to increase. Due to various groundless rumors, Galaxy was shrouded in a mysterious veil, which made the players look forward to it even more. Until the day of the open beta, the enthusiasm of the players who had been waiting for a long time erupted like a volcano. The first batch of game cabins was limited, and there was a limited purchase. Even so, all of them were sold out within half an hour. Those who did not manage to get a game cabin were frustrated, while those who managed to get one could not wait to enter the game. On the first day of the open beta, the first batch of players rushed into the game. In the vast universe, the first batch of players were born at different spawn points on more than a dozen beginner planets. In the evening, in the forest outside Bighorn Village Settlement, one by one, the players who had completed their character creation appeared out of thin air and looked around curiously. "It feels so real," someone said while jumping around. "Look at the sky. There are a few moons," someone said while admiring the scenery. "TSK, can I take off my pants?" someone said. "Is there no beginner village in this game?" someone said while looking around. More and more players appeared. As the saying went, if there were more than 1,000 players, there would be no end to it. There were at least a few thousand players here. After the initial confusion, some of the sharp-eyed players noticed the lights in Bighorn Village Settlement in the distance. They thought that it was the beginner village and rushed over. The lookout at Bighorn Village Settlement was shocked when he saw the group of people in ragged clothes. He quickly blew the whistle and asked his companions to quickly close the gate, not daring to let so many strangers into the settlement. The players were all blocked outside, and complaints could be heard everywhere. What is going on? Why is the beginner village not open? My hunger and thirst are dropping. I'm going to die if I don't eat something. The expressions of these NPCs are so vivid. Inside Bighorn Village Settlement, all the residents walked out of their houses with torches and weapons. They guarded the gate with a serious look on their faces to prevent the huge crowd from rushing into the settlement. The village chief, Andre, gathered a few important people in the settlement for an emergency meeting. Where did this group of people come from? There are almost 10,000 of them. Andre was surprised. Could it be a group of migrating wanderers? Why don't we just ask directly? Xander came to the observation deck and looked down at the players. He asked loudly, "Friend from afar, where did you come from?" The players looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. They whispered to each other, and the crowd was in an uproar. Seeing this, Andre shook his head. "If you don't tell me where you came from, I can't let you enter the settlement." The public beta players were dumbfounded. They were all newbies and did not even understand the map. How could they answer the question? Are you kidding me? Inside the settlement, the closed beta players found it very interesting and watched the show from the side. When they first arrived in the settlement, they did not have to go through this part. At this time, they suddenly received a notification from the interface. A new mission had been triggered. The mission content was to persuade Xander to accept the open beta players. The reward was quite generous, and there was a hint that the choice of words had to be appropriate to the current world. Interesting. There's no one else who is as immersive as you. The closed beta players were amazed. They felt that it was very diverse. They could actually use their own eloquence to influence the choices of NPCs. Their interest was piqued. After a short discussion, the beta testers found Andre and began to explain. After listening for a while, Andre finally understood. He was surprised. "Do you know the group of people outside?" "Yes, we used to be residents of a settlement called Earth Village. Later on, there was a disaster and the settlement was destroyed. We were separated. The people outside are as hardworking as us. Chief Andre, I hope you can accept them. Earth Village? Why haven't I heard of such a large settlement?" Andre mumbled. He was a little moved. He hesitated. "But there are too many of them. I can't let all of them in. That's simple. They only need a job and some food and supplies. You can treat them as cheap labor. This is a good opportunity to expand the settlement." The closed beta players snickered. They could not wait for the public beta players to be tricked. Andre's eyes lit up. "You're right." Very soon, Andre explained the situation to the public beta players outside. They all received a mission. First job, you'd better earn some money through labor. Don't let yourself starve to death. Try to raise the relationship with Bighorn Village to neutral. Only then can you be trusted and accepted. With guidance, the public beta players began to do the mission excitedly. Across the fence, the residents of Bighorn Village offered various job opportunities. The merchants were also open to the players. They could use their own money to buy some food. With a goal in mind, the public beta players started to gain favorability with the residents of Bighorn Village. The residents of Bighorn Village provided simple tents, while the public beta players formed a new encampment outside the settlement. They were contributing to the construction of Bighorn Village's socialism. The same scene was happening at the other Planet Aquamarine's landing grounds. On the first day of the public beta, all the players were very enthusiastic. They soon discovered the camera and video functions and became even more excited. They posted all kinds of trivial things on the forum. The number of posts exploded, and it seemed like it was going to become a social media site. Below were a few representative posts. Bad. There's no excretion function. The poster of this post obviously had an ulterior motive. It was not for excretion at all. The feeling of controlling the body of an alien is so special. Another post had a picture of a male Tauren player from a magical planet wagging his tail. "I'm going to be trampled to death by a wild boar. So happy." The picture was of a female player making a V gesture to the camera. Behind her was a wild boar running wildly. On the first day of the public beta, there were more than 1 million players. They were divided among the various novice planets, and each planet had about 100,000 players. As the influence spread, the number of players would increase rapidly. Within half a year of the game, the number would reach tens of millions. The public beta players were very happy, but some of the closed beta players felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dark Crow Valley. Jupiter and the members of the Guild of Gods looked at the surrounding forest blankly. Looking around, the forest at the foot of the mountain was verdant, and a night breeze was blowing through the trees. The natural atmosphere was like a gentle hand, gently caressing their hearts, making everything seem natural and harmonious. The lights of Crow Forest Town were faintly lit in the forest. The scenery was beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. But where did the base go? Jupiter asked hesitantly. The place where we went offline should be in the base, right? Everyone nodded in unison, and their actions were exactly the same. The faction relationship is gone. Poseidon exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly checked the interface, and the original Dark Crow Valley base favorability had disappeared. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and look at the mission. As if waking up from a dream, Jupiter hurriedly looked at the interface and was immediately relieved. Thank goodness, the mission is still there. F***CK. In the next moment, everyone burst into vulgarities at the same time, dumbfounded. Search for Zero, Grade A. Zero is a mysterious traitor of the Germinal organization. He has caused great turmoil and caused great losses to the organization. Zero's whereabouts are a mystery. Find him, and you will become a friend of the Germinal organization. The difficulty had increased from Grade B to Grade A. The mission notification had also changed. Zero's location was no longer in the Western capital. They were looking for a needle in a haystack on a planet. The Guild of Gods had done a lot of preparation for this mission. The results of the discussion and the mission points could fill up an entire blackboard. They had even prepared to mobilize many of their peripheral members to search for the mission target in the Western capital. This change had wasted all their discussions and preparations. What did we miss? Chapter 126. What should we do now? Poseidon asked. Let's ask someone first. When Jupiter and the rest returned to Crow Forest Town, they were shocked to find out that the Dark Crow Valley base had been destroyed by Star Dragon. They had tried so hard to gain the favor of the Dark Crow Valley base, but how could it be gone just like that? Wow, this game is so scary. Their initial investment was all for naught, and their advantage in the beta test was gone. The Dark Crow Valley base was gone, and even if they completed the mission, they did not know who to turn to. Everyone looked at each other with sad faces. How could this happen? Jupiter was in a bad mood, but he could not bear to give up on the A-rank mission. The Germinal organization definitely has more than one base in Dark Crow Valley. Let's look for other bases. We will definitely be able to return to the Germinal organization. Shidu. Mad Blade's vision blurred, and he found himself in an alley not far from the place where the beta test ended. The open beta test has begun. Mad Blade could not contain his excitement. He finally did not have to worry about time and could wholeheartedly rely on Han Xiao. My Xiao, I'm coming. Following his memory, he found Old Man Lu's repair shop. Han Xiao, that brat left a long time ago without saying goodbye. Who knows where he went? Old Man Lu took a sip of wine and said with a hint of helplessness and depression. He secretly wondered if his granddaughter's charm really had the effect of dissuading people. Upon hearing the news, Frenzied Sword felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was blank as he stood rooted to the ground. Why did he leave? What am I supposed to do? The popularity of the forum continued to rise. Players from various novice planets shared their own experiences. Some players were critics who specialized in testing the game. They unanimously gave extremely high ratings and called it an epic-making game. The feeling was very real. Just the background shown so far was already enough to make people's imaginations run wild. There was no division like other virtual reality games. From beginning to end, there was only one world. All the players were playing in it. Different novice planets were equivalent to different servers. It made people very much look forward to colliding with players from other planets in the future. It was not only China. Esports clubs from other countries had also entered Galaxy. Although there was no prior communication, the strong esport countries such as the United States, South Korea, France, and the United Kingdom all chose different beginner planets as their base of operations. Blue Star was one of the bases chosen by Huaxia. However, this did not mean that all Blue Star players were Chinese. There were also people from other countries who chose to join Blue Star. Some were friendly casual players, while others were European spies who came to cause trouble. ID Electrolux, a retired professional gamer from America's Key Club. He didn't achieve much in his career, and after retiring, he joined a studio under the club. His motive for joining Blue Star wasn't very friendly. He wanted to spy on the Chinese players and find an opportunity to cause trouble. If Han Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize Electrolux. In the future, this bastard would enter the Blue Star regional qualifiers in the first season of the Blue Star Pro League. This was originally the private territory of the Chinese professional players. Among the thousands of Chinese professional players, there was one white spot. Instantly, there was a wave of curses. Furthermore, Electrolux was spouting nonsense on the forums, which disgusted the Chinese players. They chased after him all over the planet, but they were always killed by Electrolux. Although Electrolux had the common arrogance of the Americans, his strength was undeniable. The source of his strength was Electrolux's bold choice of a random start and extremely good luck. In a certain laboratory of the Germinal organization in the Andrea continent, Electrolux opened his eyes and found himself soaking in a light blue solution. He was in a space that looked like a nutrition chamber, and he didn't need to breathe. Through the glass, he saw white coats holding tablets and recording something. Electrolux found that he couldn't control his character for the time being, so he waited patiently. According to his experience, this should be a cut scene. After about a minute, a drainage hole appeared at the bottom of the nutrition chamber, and the light blue solution disappeared. Electrolux could move again, and, at the same time, he received a notification from the interface. You have been injected with Gene Improvement Solution. All attributes +3. You have obtained the ability Gene Adjustment. Gene Adjustment. You have a greater chance of awakening abilities and power +10%. My God! Electrolux was overjoyed. A random start is awesome. The nutrition chamber opened, and the white coats surrounded him. Electrolux did not resist and allowed the white coats to pull him to the metal platform to be tested by various instruments. At this time, Electrolux received a new notification. Gene Improvement Program is a biological research program to cultivate supers. The success rate is very low. As a successful test subject, you will be valued by the Germinal organization. You can choose to stay or leave. In his previous life, Electrolux had chosen to stay and become a strong player in the Germinal organization. Now he made the same choice. With such a great start, only a fool would leave. This ability is tailor-made for me. Elux had originally planned to become an Esper. Without saying a word, he entered the shop on the interface and used the starting funds given by the club to purchase Supreme Luxury Perfect Gene Awakening Fluid. He chose to awaken right away. After a nervous wait, the interface notified him that he had successfully awakened his Esper ability. That was so smooth. Electrolux was overjoyed. He felt the light of the goddess of luck shining on him. He raised his hand, and a white whirlwind gathered in his palm. The white coats were in an uproar. He's awakened. This is a successful test subject. Electrolux knew that if he wanted to stay, it was best to show his potential. He was very satisfied with the reaction of the white coats, but the next second, he saw the white coats calling for the guards. He was puzzled. Why did they call for the guards? The Germinal organization guards quickly arrived at the scene, handcuffed Electrolux, and pushed him forward. Electrolux was a little confused. Didn't they say that he would be valued? Why was he being treated more like a prisoner? When they arrived at another laboratory, Electrolux was handcuffed to the brainwashing device. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. He shouted, "What are you doing?" the guard said with a cold face. According to the rules, every successful test subject must be brainwashed 5 times consecutively and observed for a month before they can move freely. Electrolux was confused. What kind of logic was this? This reaction was too extreme. What he did not know was that the original gene improvement program did not require brainwashing. His random start was a European start, and it was all good and no bad. However, with Han Xiao as an example, the German organization now implemented a high-pressure policy on all test subjects. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. No matter what the research program was, the test subjects would be brainwashed and kept for at least a month for observation. Electrolux did not know that he had been tricked by history, but it was too late for regrets. As soon as the brainwashing notification appeared, it was immediately approved. You are not immune to this brainwashing. You have joined the Germinal organization with a special identity. Germinal organization, brainwashed, -- test subject, because you have been brainwashed, you cannot rebel against the Germinal organization. Electrolux panicked. Not being able to rebel meant that he could not escape a month of imprisonment, which meant that he could not move freely for a month, let alone level up. This meant that he would be left far behind by the other players. What kind of value is this? This is too much. He had obtained an ability with great potential, but he was trapped here and could not gain EXP for a month. It was a perfect start, but he was left behind by the other players. Electrolux's mind exploded. Chapter 127. The clear light of dawn shone in the sky, and the morning air was cool and refreshing. Han Xiao drove a truck toward Bighorn Village according to the coordinates on the radar. He was not tired at all, even though he had been driving the whole night. He had slept while driving last night, so he was very energetic now. The open beta had started a few days ago, and the popularity of the forum continued to rise. Han Xiao paid special attention to the Blue Star Forum and learned about the situation of each new player's spawn point through the posts of the players. He had long wanted to come and join the fun. The best time to interact with the players was when they first appeared. Coincidentally, he had used his authority to obtain secret information from the dark net a few days ago. There was an evacuation team of the Germinal organization passing through Bighorn Village, and he could take care of them along the way. Therefore, he decided to go to Bighorn Village. The silhouette of Bighorn Village appeared in the distance, and Han Xiao immediately saw countless tents set up outside the village. It was similar to a refugee camp, and a sea of players were running around busily. Han Xiao parked the truck on a flat ground, and he was immediately noticed by the players. With a cigarette in his mouth, Han Xiao got out of the truck and leaned against the side of the truck, smoking. His posture gave the players the illusion that he was a character who could trigger events. Speaking of understanding the players, that was Han Xiao's forte. He had analyzed that since the public beta had just started, all the players were full of passion. No matter what the mission was, they would try to complete it. They were in a state of hunger. Furthermore, because there were too many players in the new player's spawn point, there were bound to be some players who could not get the mission. Therefore, Han Xiao knew that at this stage, as long as a high-level character like him appeared in front of the players, he would definitely arouse their passion. Although the players were all new and did not have much to offer, he could win by quantity. He had a way to take advantage of the new players' wallets, and he could also test the function of the NPC template. The players walking around were all walking wallets in Han Xiao's eyes. After a while, a dozen players finally walked over curiously and used Detect on him. Black Phantom, unknown, yellow name, level, unknown attribute, unknown danger level, extremely lethal. Damn, this is a high-level NPC. This is my first time seeing one. How could such a character appear in the novice village? Could it be a boss? It doesn't look like it. It seems like it can trigger a quest. The dozen or so players were surprised. They hesitated, wondering if they should go up and touch it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He was now level 40, more than 30 levels higher than the players. This time, he truly felt the detection of the players. He cleared his throat and said, "You all look like a group of great lads. I just happen to need some help." After saying this, Han Shao released the mission that he had set up long ago. These players received the mission. The mission requirement was to collect a plant called snake venom grass. These players found that the reward was much better than the novice mission at Bighorn Village, which was worth 1,000 EXP. They could not wait to accept the mission. Snake venom grass was a relatively common plant that could be harvested near Bighorn Mountain. It was also sold in the settlement, and it was used to make poisonous arrows. At this point in time, many players could not afford guns, so they were using cold weapons. Han Shao had set up this mission mainly to test the players and to make their next move more logical. My current mission quota is much higher than before. It's already at the basic level of a D-grade mission. With this thought in mind, Han Shao clicked on the template, and the detailed quota data appeared. Highest reward quota, 36940, total level 40, plus 12,000, plus 300 per level for the first advancement, grade D, plus 10,000 faction, Germinal Organization, Nemesis, plus 3,000, Division 13, friendly, plus 2,130, Blood Pack Society, respected, plus 3,950, Rothschild Family, friendly, plus 1,300, Fabian Corporation, friendly, plus 1, 200 legendary points, Black Phantom, Blue Star, plus 5%, Mysterious Zero, Blue Star, plus 5%. 2 legendary points gave a 10% bonus to a single mission quota. The bonus was different in different regions. Each legendary point gave a 5% bonus to a single mission quota, and the bigger the region, the greater the bonus. The main bonus of legendary points was the total daily quota. Each legendary point doubled the original daily quota, which was 5 times the maximum daily quota. Now, it was 7 times the daily quota, which was almost 260,000 EXP. Many players who did not accept the mission gathered around and looked at Han Shao curiously, whispering to each other, "Is this a high-level character? He doesn't look any different from us." Black Phantom. Sounds so old-fashioned. I wonder what class he is. All right, I forgot to mention that the class with the most players in the open beta was Esper. That was because the other 4 professions required basic knowledge to change professions, but the Esper professions could be bought in the shop. Of course, although there were all kinds of strange Espers, almost no players were lucky enough to awaken an Esper with high potential. Furthermore, Espers required energy. At the current level of the players, there was no way they could unleash their full potential. The effect was very weak, and it could only last for a dozen seconds at most. It was soft and fast. Not long after, the players who completed the mission returned with a bunch of snake venom grass. They had completed the mission, and looking at the skyrocketing EXP, they were very happy. Han Shao saw that there were enough spectators, and his eyes flashed. He said, "I will stay here for a few days. If you need, I can provide some weapons." As he said that, he opened the selling window and opened it to all players. Han Shao only said a few weapons, which were the retractable knife, normal pistols, submachine guns, and a large amount of ammo and special ammo. He did not sell any other machines because new players did not have that much money. However, he had also set up a powerful piece of equipment, the lightweight mechanical arm. Its price was completely unaffordable for new players, and it was basically a bait. Its use was equivalent to dangling a carrot in front of a donkey, attracting players. Currently, the lightweight mechanical arm was of very little use to him, mainly because it did not come with a combat mode. Furthermore, it was not a rare product in itself. It was just a basic mechanical exoskeleton. In the future, other mechanics would develop it, so if he sold it early, he could still scam the players. There was a problem that he had to pay attention to. He had made some machines in Star Dragon, such as the retractable knife and the lightweight mechanical arm. There seemed to be a risk of being exposed, but in reality, it was not a big problem. Firstly, Star Dragon was not his enemy, and secondly, his whereabouts were unpredictable, so even if they knew his identity, it would not matter. Most importantly, the efficiency of information flow between players and organizations was very low. Therefore, there would not be any problems in selling these machines in a short period of time. The profit from the players' market was very high, and he would not give it up. As for the future, when I grow up, I don't need to keep my identity a secret anymore. Why would I be scared? Not to mention the great mechanic Han's mental activity. All the players who saw the store project were shocked and gasped in shock. This is a mysterious merchant. The lightweight mechanical arm. Oh my God, this thing is a godly item in the early stage. But it's too expensive. It costs 20,000 aquamarine dollars. Who can afford it? Also, the requirement is 25 points of strength. You have to be at least level 10 to reach this attribute. But the guns are very cheap. One gun only costs 1,500 aquamarine dollars. The players swarmed over with fervent looks on their faces, and Han Xiao was completely surrounded. The attraction of guns to new players was like the significance of a computer that would not crash to an author who often lost his or her manuscript. Basically, all the players were using cold weapons, and usually it would take more than a dozen people to barely kill a weak beast. The guns and weapons in Bighorn Village were very expensive, and so were the ammunition. New players could not afford to use them. Han Zhao's current cost of making a pistol was only about 800 aquamarine dollars, and he was already very generous by selling it at double the price. No one could find a cheaper pistol than his, and it was not shoddy either. Brother Xiao still had the basic integrity of a mechanic, and he was making a good profit. The number of guns was limited, and the players hurried to buy them. Those who bought guns were overjoyed, and those who did not were dejected. The closed beta players also squeezed over. The guild leader of the Kill-All Guild, /18 Roll, bought a pistol from Han Xiao and found that the quality was many times better than the gun sold in Bighorn Village. He immediately regretted it. If he had known, he would not have bought the weapons from Bighorn Village. The goods in the truck were sold out, and Han Xiao made more than 300,000 aquamarine dollars. Every player had limited funds, but there were at least 10,000 players in Bighorn Village. The truck was modeled after the deceased Big Black. After selling all the guns, they could use the small lathe in the cargo compartment to make new guns and ammunition. The real benefit of selling guns was the ammunition. These players who bought guns could not avoid buying ammunition. This was called a bundle sale, a hard demand. This was the principle that he realized when he bought instant noodles without seasoning from the small shop downstairs in his previous life. The players who bought the guns loved them so much that they could not put them down. Some players aimed at the trees in the distance and fired. The recoil made the players' wrists shake, and the bullets flew out of their hands. Without shooting skills, they could not use the power of the guns. Many players realized this problem, and their excitement turned into frustration. This was the second bundle sale that Han Xiao had prepared, the after-sales service. Han Xiaoxin smiled and set up a skill learning window. This time, he did not release it to the players directly. Instead, he set it as 5 points of affinity to be able to learn skills from him. The players immediately realized this function. We can learn skills from Black Phantom. There are so many functions. We need 5 points of affinity to be able to learn skills. How do we increase affinity? I found it. Every 500 aquamarine dollars spent will increase the affinity of Black Phantom by 1. Wait, we can give him money too. That's too expensive. The players now only had $1,000 or $2,000 at most, and that was for missions. Han Xiao knew the depth of their wallets. After all, he was a newbie, and this was to give the players the feeling that learning skills was hard to come by. Humans were such animals. They did not know how rare and precious things were when they were given to them, and only when they felt that they could not get their hands on them would they give up. This was also a small plan to increase his position in the hearts of the players. Only by investing resources in him would they develop a sense of recognition. The specific principle was probably like how, when a normal player had a good impression of a character in a game, they would unconsciously increase that NPC's impression of them. Of course, the main purpose of the great mechanic Han's plan was to make more money. The players worked so hard to save up some money. If he did not earn it, would he still be human? Chapter 128. The players were hesitant, but Han Xiao was not in a hurry. There would always be someone who would take the first bite. Just as he expected, There was finally a cute girl with the ID Maple Moon who gritted her teeth and spent enough money. Han Xiao then raised the favorability of Maple Moon to 5 points. Suddenly, he realized that Maple Moon was someone he knew. Maple Moon was shocked when she saw the skill list. I can actually learn the basic knowledge for class change. As soon as this was said, the players were in an uproar, and their excitement soared. In the past few days, other than the tycoons and those with money, most of the normal players had experienced the difficulty of class change and had no idea how to obtain the basic knowledge. They did not expect this mysterious NPC Black Phantom to teach them the basic knowledge. Basic assembly has been learned. You have received 1,000 EXP and 200 aquamarine dollars. That's right, compared to the closed beta, Han Xiao had doubled the price of the basic knowledge, and it did not affect the players' enthusiasm at all. Although it only gave 1,000 EXP each time it was learned, there were a lot of players here, and the accumulation was significant. Originally, the most popular way for Blue Star players to class change was to join a faction. Very few players could obtain the basic knowledge before joining a faction. After joining a faction, they had to do missions to improve their relationship with the faction and then use their favorability to exchange for the basic knowledge. Of course, they could also spend money to buy it, but it was not cost-effective. Han Zhao's move helped the players to skip this process and cut them off in advance. In just a short while, there were hundreds of players learning the basic knowledge from him, which was equivalent to 100,000 EXP, and this number was still rising. The business was booming, and Han Xiao was very calm like Jiang Taigong waiting for the fish to take the bait. He dealt with the players while leisurely browsing the forums. Players from all the novice planets were sharing information, and the players from Bighorn Village were excitedly promoting Han Xiao on the forums. He was the first high-level character to appear in the novice village of all the novice planets, and his popularity was very high. Posts about him kept being pushed up. This high-level character sells cheap guns and ammunition, and the quality is excellent. As long as the favorability is above 5, you can learn the skills. Not only are there general skills such as basic shooting and basic combat, but there are also a few basic knowledge of the mechanic class, and you can change your class immediately. Damn, I've never seen such a high-level figure before. I can actually learn the knowledge of job advancement. Bighorn Mountain, right? I'll be right there. Damn, we're in another continent. We can't go there. Why can't we meet any high-ranking figures in other places? Extremely deadly? Do you have the guts to try and see how strong it is? If you die, it's my fault. I don't have much money, so I can only shoot a plane as compensation. Many posts were accompanied by screenshots. Han Xiao, who was dressed in black, had successfully appeared on screen. Many people expressed great appreciation for his black windbreaker and black gloves. He was handsome and cool. As long as one did not look at his middle-aged salted fish face, he would definitely be a male model. Even the players from the other novice planets were excitedly discussing the combat power of the high-level characters. The forum had automatic translation, so there was no need to worry about language problems. Players are very interested in the combat power of high-level characters. Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration, and a new idea popped up in his mind. If he displayed his strength, he would be able to attract more people to switch to the mechanic class. Although he had released the basic knowledge, many players were still observing. After all, there were still many players who were not interested in the mechanic class and doubted the combat power of the mechanic class. Most players were looking for excitement, so the introduction of the pugilist class and the esper class was naturally more to their liking. It had to be said that their doubts were correct. The mechanic class was indeed not strong in the early stages, but that did not include Han Xiao. He secretly smiled and prepared to mislead the players. He knew the players too well. They were a bunch of immoral people who would choose whichever class they thought was strong. Imparting skills was pure profit for Han Xiao. There were already hundreds of players who had learned the basic knowledge of the mechanic class. If he could trick half of the players in Bighorn Mountain into becoming mechanics, he would directly gain millions of experience points. The profit from this was shocking. Han Xiao was excited. Coincidentally, the evacuation team of the Germinal organization will arrive in a few days. This is the perfect opportunity to make a move. Shidu, Mad Blade Angry Sword, was crestfallen. He did not eat or drink for the past few days. Every day, without Han Xiao, felt like a year. Out of boredom, Mad Blade Angry Sword was browsing the forums. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of hot posts from the players in Bighorn Mountain. It was the interface of Han Xiao's item sale. Lightweight mechanical arm? Mad Blade Angry Sword suddenly stood up with a look of surprise on his face. He remembered that Han Xiao had shown this machine before. As Han Xiao had always covered his face before, Mad Blade Angry Sword had a guess. Could it be that Black Phantom was Han Xiao? I must find him. In order to increase Han Xiao's favorability to more than 5 points, the players who were lacking money went to Bighorn Mountain Settlement to accept missions to earn money. The players who surrounded Han Xiao had decreased by a lot. Your item, lightweight mechanical arm, has been sold. Han Xiao was shocked. He had set the price at 20,000, and there were people who could afford it. He looked at the dozens of players in front of him. The ID of the leader was Jade Green Sky. Seeing this person's name, Han Xiao suddenly understood. Jade Green Sky was the leader of a big guild in China, Sky Territory. With the guild's financial resources, of course, he could afford it. Jade Green Sky was wearing a set of hand-sewn leather armor. His equipment was a level better than the open beta players. He was a closed beta player. During the closed beta, he took a few core members to other places to explore the map. He heard about Black Phantom from the other members of the open beta and decided to lead the team back. Although Jade Green Sky had not changed his class yet, he was preparing to become a pugilist. He saw the attributes of the lightweight mechanical arm at first glance. Although he could not use it now, he bought it and stored it in the warehouse in case Black Phantom suddenly left. It was a golden opportunity. There are a lot of good items. The people of Sky Territory looked at the shop list and praised. Unfortunately, each of them had to spend 2,500 to get 5 favorability points. Although Sky Territory was a big guild, they did not have much money now. Buying the lightweight mechanical arm cost a lot of the guild's assets. Han Xiao suddenly said, "An enemy team will pass by here in a few days. I need some people to help me set up traps in the forest. Are you guys free?" Then, he set a mission and released it. Lovely difficulty. The mission was to set up traps in the forest. There was no limit to the type, and the reward was only 500 EXP. However, Han Xiao specially set up 3 favorability points as a reward, which was exactly what Sky Territory wanted. Jade Green Sky immediately decided. Everyone, except the mission. Han Xiao smiled secretly, using favorability points to attract players to accept the mission and also to supplement his business chain. He could adjust the favorability points at will. Using the previous settings, he gave the favorability points a price. This method was actually very similar to the principle of currency. It made something seem to have value, but was actually worthless. This attracted Sky Territory, Kill All, and all kinds of guilds and players to accept the mission. It was very effective. Han Xiao had always felt that the currency system was built on a pile of bubbles, so he had always held the belief that if you had money, you should spend it. Money that you did not spend was a burden that dragged down your motivation to work. Just like Black X Souls. A large number of players were tricked by Han Xiao to set up traps in the forest. The traps they could use were very simple. Most of them were animal traps. Han Xiao took some time to take a look. The forest was densely packed with traps, and those with trypophobia would have goosebumps. When the German organization's evacuation team arrived, they would definitely be shocked. Chapter 129. On the 4 continents of the Blue Star, there were many new arrival points. The number of open beta players kept increasing, but compared to the population of the entire planet, it was still very small. Players were doing beginner missions and growing slowly. Most of them stayed near the beginner village. Players in Bighorn Village became the object of envy. They could meet a high-level figure, Han Xiao, who taught them basic knowledge. Players in other beginner villages could only work hard to level up their secondary professions. Players could be divided into 3 types: casual players, studio players, and professional esports players. At this time, there was a live broadcast of a press conference on the forum. It was about the pillar of China's esports powerhouse, Temple of God, the second best esports player in China and the 21st best esport player in the world. Li Gu officially announced that he would be joining Galaxy. The number of viewers had reached millions, and it was still rising. Master Li Gu, may I ask if your focus will be shifted to Galaxy from now on? Why did you choose to join the open beta? Excuse me. Facing the questions of the reporters, Li Gu spoke frankly. He was a very handsome young man. He always had a gentle smile on his face, which was very infectious. With strong skills and good looks, Li Gu had a very large fan base. Galaxy is a game that transcends its time, and it has a lot of potential. It has countless possibilities, an extremely vast map, and an incredible degree of freedom, outlining an incomparably fascinating world. From my personal point of view, I believe that Galaxy will become a phenomenal game. The World Esports Association has already started preparing for the first professional league for Galaxy. This will be a large-scale, global competition. Not only me, but all the Chinese esports players will participate in this grand event, competing with the United States, France, Korea, and other esports powers to win glory for our country. Just yesterday, the major clubs in the United States, Key, Devil, and Thundersnake also announced that they would enter the Galaxy. They chose Planet Winterfrost, which has the most potential, as their base camp. They will be very formidable opponents. Temple of God has also contacted large esports clubs such as Long Sky and Thunderstorm. We will not fall behind. Master Li Gu, your old rival, the French player Lost Angel, has said that he will defeat you in Galaxy. What do you think about this? The reporter asked. Li Gu smiled, and his tone was filled with confidence. I am not afraid of any enemy. I will reach the top in Galaxy and lead the Chinese players to defeat all the foreign enemies. This press conference seemed to be a signal. The influence of Galaxy soared exponentially, and the entire esports circle began to surge. Countless esports players announced that they would fight in Galaxy. Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim, who had started playing the game during the closed beta, also held a press conference under the arrangement of the club. The liveliness of the esports scene had also increased the enthusiasm of the ordinary players. The topic was constantly hyped up, and the activity level had reached a phenomenal level. Countless players were looking forward to the pre-sale of the second batch of game cabins. Just as the popularity of the show was increasing, the official website of Galaxy finally released the first promotional video. The scenes showed the scenery of various novice planets, which was equivalent to a quick sightseeing film. Civilizations of different styles immediately attracted enough eyeballs. Magic, technology, the future, ancient, and so on. This promotional video was recorded by players during the closed beta and was edited into a promotional CG. The video was from the perspective of the players. This promotional video introduced the background and environment of the world through the video. The official website of Galaxy announced that they would soon release other types of promotional videos to gradually introduce the other aspects of Galaxy. They also released news that the next promotional video would focus on the battle scenes of various professions. This would allow players to better understand the battle styles of different main professions, which was highly anticipated. The activity level of the forum was extremely high, and Han Xiao was also constantly paying attention to these developments. Each and every one of the professions that he had fought and bragged in the group made him feel a little complicated. He still remembered that at this time in his previous life, he was also a passionate novice player. Many years had passed, and not only did he become a hardcore leveler, but he had also transmigrated. Life was indeed unpredictable, and reality was much more interesting than novels. Back then, he was one of the players who bought the second batch of game cabins. Han Xiao was very curious if there would be another him, so he had been paying attention to the forum. For the past few days, Han Xiao had been staying in Bighorn Village. During this period, players had been attracted to him, and new players were constantly arriving. A group of new players who had just arrived at Bighorn Village and asked curiously, This is the novice village, right? A player with a pistol on his waist walked past them and immediately attracted the attention of the new players. Big brother, where are you going to buy this pistol? Oh, you guys are new players, right? You asked the right person. Let me tell you, don't go to Bighorn Village to buy a gun. Go straight to the west. There's a high-ranking person called Black Phantom there. He sells good and cheap guns, and you can change your profession, the player with the gun said. Really? Let's go take a look now. The new player's eyes lit up. Go, don't forget to thank me. The player with the gun had a proud look on his face. More new players were recommended. As soon as they entered the game, they eagerly looked for Han Xiao and then went to Bighorn Village to accept missions. They used all the money they earned to buy things to increase Han Xiao's favorability. They were like diligent bees, constantly transporting wealth to Han Xiao. In just a few days, Han Xiao had earned a lot of money. He had earned more than 500,000 aquamarine dollars and almost 1 million EXP. The efficiency was amazing, and it was very safe. It was much safer than him working tirelessly to complete missions. This had provided him with a huge potential to gain EXP. The players now are all new players. When they grow up, I'll be able to earn more profit. The function of an NPC could give him a huge advantage when facing players, but Han Xiao was very clear that there was a prerequisite. He had to always be in the lead in all aspects. Only then would he be able to squeeze benefits out of the players. Although the situation is good now, I can't relax. Han Xiao thought to himself as he blew out a puff of smoke. Among the players in Bighorn Village, about 20% had chosen to become a mechanic. The rest of the players were observing. Only when he showed them the strength of a mechanic would they be swayed. Han Xiao looked at the computer. The Darknet had sent a message saying that the Germinal Organization's retreating army would pass by Bighorn Village this afternoon. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a cute female voice. Black Phantom, why are you making an enemy out of the Germinal Organization? In front of him was a petite female player who only reached his chin. She had short hair, and her big, watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Her face was as cute as an apple, and he could not help but want to poke her cheeks with his finger. The ID above her head was Maple Moon. She was the first female player to learn skills from him. Oh, this is an acquaintance. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows as he recalled. Maple Moon, one of the representatives of the Mechanics' Rise in the 3rd season. She was originally a casual player, but she made a name for herself in the 3rd season. She was signed by a club. It was revealed on the forums that Maple Moon liked to uncover hidden stories. She kept accumulating until the 3rd season, when a version was in favor of mechanics. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled as a new idea came to him. Chapter 130. From the missions that Han Xiao had issued, Maple Moon had guessed that Han Xiao and the Germinal Organization were enemies. If it were a normal player, they would not have bothered to read the background of the mission and would have just finished it. However, she liked to enjoy the story of the game and was very curious about the story behind it. The name Black Phantom made her imagine all kinds of assassins and revenge stories. Maple Moon's sharp senses told her that there was something worth digging deeper into. This is the first player who has interacted with me outside of missions and trades. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Han Technician had thought about the relationship between the players and himself before coming to the conclusion that they were not enemies, except for the players who had accepted the mission to deal with him. He could extract benefits from the players and train players with potential to become his helpers. Through mutual benefits and binding benefits, he could make the players fight for him willingly. The fact that the players could revive seemed to be disadvantageous to Han Xiao, but from another perspective, it also meant that they were the best fighters and cannon fodder for the players. Although there were many players with no moral integrity, which was also a symbol of chaos, Han Xiao knew the player's psychology very well. He understood the player's motives. As long as he grasped this context, he could control the actions of the players to a certain extent. If he used it well, he could gain a huge advantage when facing the NPC forces, just like the advantage he had when facing the players. There seemed to be a name for this, two-timing? Oh no, it should be called grasping both hands and being hard on both. Han Xiao glanced at her, then suddenly turned around and walked into the carriage. Maple Moon was stunned for a moment before following him. The carriage was full of lathes and parts. Han Xiao pointed casually and signaled Maple Moon to sit as she pleased. He lit a cigarette and started smoking slowly. The smoke created a sense of mystery. Maple Moon saw this and knew that something was going to happen. Her heart was beating rapidly, and her face was full of anticipation. Han Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "The Germinal organization is an evil organization. They use the grief of their country's destruction to manipulate the people of their country to fight for their ambitions. They want to ignite the flames of war and add another scar to this world that is already full of scars." Han Xiao told her about the evil and bloody deeds of the Germinal organization, but he did not make it up. The Germinal organization had indeed done a lot of bloody things. He could look up the files on the dark net and his memories from his previous life and tell her everything. Maple Moon's emotions fluctuated as she listened to Han Xiao's narration. Her impression of the Germinal organization had hit rock bottom, and she was filled with anger. Maple Moon was an emotional player who paid attention to the story of the game. She made decisions based on her own heart and was not completely motivated by profit. There were many players like Maple Moon. After all, most players were here to enjoy the game. The game was also a story that could immerse people in it. However, most of these players were playing single-player games. Very few of them were playing MMOs. Han Xiao actually admired players like Maple Moon. He coughed and purposely asked a question that was obviously a trigger. "Are you willing to become enemies with the Germinal organization?" This was similar to the meaning of yes/no. Maple Moon nodded solemnly. Black Phantom's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. After adjusting the favorability, Han Xiao took out a phone and passed it to Maple Moon. "Very good. I see your courage. When you grow up, use this phone to contact me. You have received the mission Black Phantom's invitation. Reach level 20 and contact Black Phantom." Maple Moon was pleasantly surprised. She was secretly excited that she had made the right choice. She was right. There was a hidden storyline that could be triggered. Seeing the excitement on Maple Moon's face, Han Xiao smiled in his heart. He was ready to cast a wide net to catch the big fish. Due to the limit, the number of players he could train was limited. Therefore, it was very important to choose the right person. Maple Moon was going to be a famous mechanic player in the future, and she could complement him. She was undoubtedly a very good spare tire. Backup. As for the specific candidates, he still had to think about it carefully. Han Xiao planned to choose those players with integrity and strength. As long as he showed that there was a hidden storyline that could be triggered, the other professional players would automatically come to him. This would give him more options. A vague outline of a plan appeared. Han Xiao felt that it was very promising, but at the moment, he still needed to wait for the players to grow for a while before he could proceed with the next step of the plan. After sending away the excited Maple Moon, Han Xiao waited until noon. Seeing that it was about time, he set a new mission and waited for the players to trigger it. Hunting Germinal. Follow Black Phantom to stop a Germinal troop. This mission is a prize pool mission. The base reward is 35,000 EXP. 500 EXP is required to accept the mission. The EXP will be distributed to the top 5 players or teams, based on a ratio. Han Xiao could give out all kinds of missions, including prize pool missions. Unfortunately, the reward was based on the maximum limit of a single mission. However, for players who were currently around level 4 or 5, 35,000 EXP was still an astronomical figure. Players had to pay an entry fee to accept the prize pool mission. Han Xiao tried and realized that he could not use the EXP that players put into the prize pool. He felt a little helpless and felt that he had lost a way to earn money. The first to discover the prize pool mission was from the Kill All Guild, and they were shocked by the reward. This is the first prize pool mission to appear. Damn, 35,000 EXP. Even the base reward is a little too much. I can only do a few hundred EXP per mission. If more players accept this mission, the prize pool will accumulate to an astronomical figure. The entire Kill All Guild was excited. Slicey Oop's eyes flashed. No, We can't let other players accept this mission. The guild members were shocked and looked at the guild leader in confusion. Why? Only 5 players or teams can get the reward for this mission. There are tens of thousands of players in Bighorn Village, and some of them are professional players. Instead of trying our luck and competing with them, why don't we just get the 35,000 EXP? Slice You Up said, if only our own people accept the mission, then we can manipulate the ranking. Since the team is also considered as a whole, the EXP will be divided equally among the members. This way, the EXP won't be much. If only one person gets the ranking, then we can earn a lot. Slicey-Oop's idea was to let a few core members, including himself, complete the mission and obtain a huge amount of EXP. They would be trained as elites, which was equivalent to transferring the EXP of other members to the elites. Each member would only get 500 EXP. It was not much, but if all the EXP was gathered on one person, it would greatly increase the growth of that person. The members looked at each other. Although they were a little reluctant compared to work, it was just a little EXP. They did not care if it was gone, so they all agreed. The mission will start in the afternoon, so Black Phantom will definitely leave early. So we just need to prevent any players from coming into contact with Black Phantom for 2 hours, and we'll be done. Slice You Up ordered the members to guard Han Shao with their pistols. If anyone comes near, warn them. If they don't listen, just shoot. The Kill All Guild had more than 20 core members and more than 100 peripheral members in Bighorn Village. It was the biggest force at the moment. These workshop-like guilds were different from casual players. They had businesses in many games. Only when they determined that a game was worth investing in would they mobilize members from other games to join. The Kill All Guild had thousands of members, but there were only slightly more than 100 players in Galaxy at the moment. They would only continue to join when more game capsules were released. Players could kill each other. The more they killed, the more evil they would accumulate. Once they were killed by others, they would drop more EXP and equipment. Han Shao realized that there was a circle of guild players around him. They were threatening and chasing away other players, not allowing anyone to come into contact with him. They were very strong in numbers, and the players who were chased away did not dare to say anything. After thinking for a while, he understood the Kill All Guild's intention. His face darkened. How dare you try to monopolize my prize pool mission? The original intention of releasing the prize pool mission was to mobilize more players to be cannon fodder. The Kill All Guild's actions had interfered with his plan. A large group of players surrounded him, filled with righteous indignation. Too overbearing. I just want to restock my ammo. What right do you have to monopolize Black Phantom? At this time, the people from Sky Territory squeezed through the crowd and confronted the Kill All Guild. Jay Greensky shouted, "What do you want from Kill All?" Slice You Up was expressionless and did not explain at all. He waved his hand, and the guild members around him immediately raised their pistols and aimed. It caused a chain reaction, and Sky Territory also raised their pistols. The players were in an uproar and hurriedly backed away to avoid being splashed with blood. Jay Greensky was a little hesitant. He had fewer people on his side compared to Kill All. Once the battle started, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He did not understand why the Kill All Guild suddenly became so overbearing. There must be something fishy, but with so many people watching, Sky Territory could not back down. Jade Greensky and his guild members looked at each other and confirmed each other's thoughts. Fight! Both sides were ready to fight. The players craned their necks to watch the show. It was not every day that two guilds fought, and these were two big, famous guilds. The battle was about to start. At this time, everyone in Kill All received a notification on the interface. Black Phantom's favorability towards you decreased by 10 points. Current favorability is -5 points. Current relationship, cold. Chapter 131. What the F*** CK? What happened? Why did the favorability drop? The members of Kill All were confused. They immediately turned around and saw Han Shao looking at them coldly. Now, they knew what was going on. They hurriedly moved to the side, shocked. Slice You Up was frustrated. He did not know that his actions would make Black Phantom unhappy. Wasn't it normal for guilds to monopolize resources in the game? Why was this NPC so smart? All the favorability points that he had earned over the past few days were gone, and he even lost a lot of money. The surrounding members looked at him with resentment. Slice You Up regretted his actions. He felt that his position as the guild leader had decreased by 1 point. It was very embarrassing, so he could only leave with his people. The surrounding players were confused. They did not understand why Kill All, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly shrunk. Jade Greensky thought that Kill All was afraid of Sky territory and was confused. What is going on? When did my guild become so strong? Without anyone blocking the way, the players finally noticed the prize pool mission. They finally understood the purpose of Kill All and were filled with righteous indignation. What the F***CK? They want to monopolize it. So despicable. After a while of verbal attacks, the players' attention was attracted to the prize pool mission. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, and 10 by 100, the players swarmed to accept the mission. The prize pool had accumulated to more than 500,000, which was an astronomical figure that was completely unimaginable to the current players. Just looking at this number made them so excited that they could not breathe. Only the top 5 players could get the prize. The ranking was determined by the damage output. Compared to the number of participants, the probability of getting 5 slots was undoubtedly very small. However, the common problem of humans was that they all thought that they were very lucky and had a 1 in a million fantasy. What if they won? This was the same as the 3 biggest illusions in life. She likes me, I can kill her, and this is in the bag. The current players were not even LV10, so their combat power was very low. However, the advantage was that they were not afraid of death. With a pistol, they had some lethality. At least, they could use the number of people to share the firepower. This was what Han Xiao thought when he issued the mission. Bighorn Mountain Forest was vast. The Darknet's intelligence was very good. It marked the exact route of the Germinal Organization's evacuation. Everyone arrived at the booby trap location. The players spread out and formed teams to ambush. Among them, the closed beta players were very popular. Naturally, the guilds had the most advantage. Teaming up was the general trend. Everyone believed that it was impossible to get a place in the rankings by relying on the damage output of a single person. Maple Moon was a little depressed. Most of the players had their own groups. She was 1 step too late and couldn't find anyone to form a group with. Seeing this, Han Xiao stopped Maple Moon. He took out a modified sniper rifle and a few sniper magazines and handed them to Maple Moon. I'll lend you this gun. You stay by my side. Maple Moon covered her mouth in surprise. She felt that this was the benefit of triggering a hidden quest, but when she looked at the attributes of the sniper rifle, she was immediately troubled. The sniper rifle required level 1 sniper to be at level 1. But I don't know how to use it. Maple Moon pouted. Han Xiao wants to teach you, snipe. Would you like to spend 2,000 EXP to learn it? This was the sniper skill that Han Xiao did not release for the players to learn. Maple Moon felt a huge shock in her heart and agreed immediately. Since Maple Moon was worth nurturing, Han Xiao would naturally treat her more favorably. That's right, this was called an inside job. The other players were not convinced. Hold it in. In this materialistic society, those without children had no right to speak. The wind blew through the forest, rustling. The ambushing players were nervous and excited. It was the first time for many of them to participate in a battle. Jade Greensky led the members of Sky Territory to hide in the forest. He was determined to get into the top 3 of the prize pool mission. He thought to himself, our biggest competitor should be Kill All. The first place should be between us and Kill All. On the other side, Slice You Up was still brooding over the fact that Han Zhao's favorability had plummeted. However, the mission still had to be completed. He looked at the dejected members and said, don't think so much. Finish the mission first. Don't let the people of Sky Territory get ahead of us. The passing time was like a sharp knife, making the atmosphere more and more solemn. Han Xiao took out the information from the Darknet and looked at it one last time. There were two combat-type executive officers in this batch of retreating troops, Fryer and Cybery. Both of them used to serve in the same country's elite forces. They were around LV-30 and were no threat to him at all. Boom! Boom! The sound of engines came from afar. The German organization's armed forces appeared in the electromagnetic scanning scope of the sniper rifle. Han Zhao's eyes focused, and his entire aura suddenly became ethereal. Maple Moon, who was lying on the ground with a sniper rifle, suddenly felt as if Han Zhao had disappeared. He was right in front of her, but she could not sense him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. You have entered stealth state, plus 8% dex. Your next attack will result in a cheap shot effect. You have entered hold your breath state, plus 15% damage of your next attack. Night Stalker gave Han Zhao many stealth skills. Together with Burning Will, this shot would make anyone pregnant. In the past, there was Xiao Li's Flying Dagger. Today, there was Xiao Han's One Shot. This shot was prepared for the executive officers. Han Zhao held his breath like a patient hunter. The retreating troops of the German organization entered the area where the traps were laid. They were immediately shocked by the traps on the ground and fell into deep confusion. Was this a trap? If it was not a trap, how ferocious were the beasts here? If it was a trap, who would be stupid enough to use traps on an armed force? Furthermore, it was so obvious. Fryer was the commander. He felt that something was not right and said through the walkie-talkie, "Be careful, there may be an ambush here." Minesweepers go. The troops slowed down their advance. The minesweepers with metal detectors on their backs walked at the front to check for mines. The organization had moved a lot of bases and many troops had been intercepted. The enemy was not only the Six Nations, but there were also enemies who wanted to take advantage of them. When the German organization was strong, these enemies did not dare to do anything. Now that there was an opportunity to take advantage of them, they became arrogant. Fryer and Cybery had been attacked on the way, so they were on high alert. Beep, beep, beep. The metal detectors lit up in red, indicating that there were mines underground. At the same time, the scouts also found traces of human activity. There is an ambush ahead. Fryer's face darkened. While the German troops were scouting the mines, the players hiding in the forest also saw the enemy. The fully armed German troops and armored vehicles looked very intimidating and were not to be trifled with. However, when they thought about the huge reward pool of the mission, the players could not hold back anymore. A group of players immediately jumped out and opened fire from afar with their pistols. The German organization troops wanted to instinctively lie down to avoid the bullets, but they realized that the enemy's bullets were almost flying into outer space. Counterattack. The German organization troops immediately opened fire. The sound of submachine guns rang out, and the machine guns of the armored vehicles roared. Some of the heavy firepower players fired their howitzers. Chapter 132. What the F*** CK? What kind of damage is that? I was just grazed by the blast and died. My experience is dropping like crazy. The first wave of players died valiantly, and the remaining players were shocked by the firepower of the German organization. The mission requirement is to deal the highest damage. As long as we can deal damage, it doesn't matter if we die. Go! Slice you up, gritted his teeth. The death penalty in Galaxy was not light. One would lose experience according to their level, and they could only revive 10 times in 6 days. The next time they revived, the time would be extended, and they would be forced to go offline. However, for the prize pool mission, dying once or twice was worth it. The Sky Territory had the same idea, and the other players followed suit. Although they were in a state of disunity, the thousands of people charging fearlessly gave the German organization soldiers a shock. Are these enemies here to die? Siebel was shocked. He had never seen such a fearless army. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to take a bite out of them, even if they had to die. Their aura was indeed terrifying, but their combat power was too much. A disorderly mob. Since they want to die, let's grant them their wish. Fryer snorted and quickly ordered, Because there were mines in the forest, the armored vehicles did not move forward. The German organization troops used the armored vehicles as a base to counterattack, killing the players one by one. We can't beat them at all. I've already died twice. The situation was completely one-sided. The players were being slaughtered, and they fell in droves. However, for the mission reward, they still fought back. I'll give them a surprise. Sibrel grinned. He looked at the enemies and felt that they were no threat at all. He could not help but want to attack. Friar frowned. Don't go too crazy. We're in a hurry. I've always been fast. Sibrel jumped down from the armored vehicle, and with a spring of his legs, his strong physique allowed him to charge at the players like a cannonball. With one kick, he crushed a player's chest and stomped on him, sending him crashing into a tree and exploding into a cloud of blood and gore. The players' pistols were no threat to Sibrel. When they aimed, they would have already dodged. Even if they were hit, they would only deal single-digit damage. Sibrel was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The players retreated in panic, but they were chased down and killed without being able to fight back. Many of them threw out detection. Sibrel? Level. Attributes. Danger level. Extremely lethal and other extreme fatality. All along, they had no concept of this level of danger. Only now did they know how big the gap was. The battle prowess of a high-level figure was indeed terrifying. Black Phantom should be as strong as Cybery, right? This thought flashed through many players' minds. Cybery was bathed in blood like a ferocious beast. Because the scene was too realistic, even some of the more timid players were frightened. They hurriedly adjusted the game to neutral mode to reduce the gory scene. Some also turned on the recording function and recorded the scene of blood splattering everywhere. A player who fell down in a panic was stepped on by Cybery. Cybery was in the mood to kill, and just as he was about to stomp on the player like a cockroach, a huge flower of blood suddenly burst out of his chest, and a hollow cavity appeared where his heart was. Cybery froze. His expression froze on his face, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Dead. He was insta-killed. The players were bewildered. How did the enemy, who was like a blood-soaked demon god just a moment ago, kneel down in the blink of an eye? Only then did the sound of a sniper rifle with the sound of electric current come from afar. Jay Greensky, slice you up, and the players who were still alive all looked in the direction of the gunshot. They all remembered that it was where Black Phantom was lying in ambush. This shot was done by Black Phantom. Such a powerful enemy was insta-killed by Black Phantom in one shot. The players gasped. Black Phantom's danger level was also extreme fatality, but his performance was much more lethal than Cybery's. Black Phantom was obviously a higher-level figure, and their strength was not on the same level. Thinking that the powerful Cybery was insta-killed, the player's impression of Han Shao suddenly became unfathomable. He insta-killed someone just like that. How terrifying. Cybery's aura is very strong. How could he be insta-killed? Friar was shocked. The power of this shot sounded familiar. A sniper who insta-killed a superhuman. It seemed like only one person could do that. Friar's expression changed drastically. Blood Pact Society's ghost-level Black Phantom. Damn it. Why would a monster of this level come looking for trouble with us? Isn't he only doing bounties? In the past 2 months, Black Phantom had risen to fame in the underground world. His battle results were outstanding. He had killed Lightning Ember, Baijin, and Wildhound Nordric in one shot. Even a famous invisible demon had been hunted down by Black Phantom like a stray dog and had almost been killed. Black Phantom had become the most popular assassin in the Blood Pact Society, and his name had caused people to change their expressions. The German organization had already ordered not to have any conflicts with Black Phantom. Even the organization was not willing to provoke such a troublesome super killer. Friar had the intention to retreat. He hurriedly ordered, "Retreat," but it was too late. Han Shao activated the EMP that he had planted long ago, and all the armored vehicles within the effective range were paralyzed with a series of crackling noises. However, there were still a third of the vehicles that were not within the effective range of the EMP, and this included Freire's command vehicle. Freire did not care about his troops and turned around to retreat. Once you're in my sight, don't even think about running. Han Zhao's eyes were like ice. He activated another program. With his max-level, basic programming, he had bound most of the mechanical control systems to the computer and could be remotely controlled. 300 meters to the side of the Germinal Organization's troops, 3 metal discs were lying quietly in the soil. Suddenly, the discs split from the middle, and the mechanical parts folded to form a multi-barreled heavy machine gun. It became a small automatic battery, and the metal discs became the base of the battery. This was the small collapsible battery that Han Xiao had planted long ago. It was equipped with an automatic fire control system, and the ammunition was all armor-piercing high-explosive bullets with a range of 500 meters. The small collapsible battery was one of the new blueprints that Han Xiao had created. Its original form was a fixed battery made from knowledge fusion. He had added folding technology and other miscellaneous blueprints to it. After hundreds of failures, he had created it himself. He had spent a lot of effort on it, but it was very practical. Similar things could be created by knowledge fusion, but creating it himself saved him a lot of experience. As Han Xiao learned more and more blueprints, his ability to truly understand the use of knowledge became more and more obvious. In the past 2 months, he had bought the remaining 3 basic knowledges from the factions he was on good terms with: basic energy conversion, basic thermodynamics, and basic acoustics. He had learned all 15 basic knowledges. In his previous life, it was very rare for a level 40 player to be able to collect all the basic knowledges. Some could not even learn all of them at max level. The multi-barrel machine gun automatically aimed at the Germinal Organization's troops 200 meters away. After 1 second of preheating, it spat out a torrential rain of hot steel. The trees that were in the way were destroyed, and the bullets instantly filled the Germinal Organization's armored vehicles with holes. The flames were dazzling. Screams were heard. The cost of a small collapsible battery was very high, and so was the ammunition. The battle of the mechanic class was burning money, but once there was enough money, the mechanic class could explode with overwhelming power. Only the rich Han Xiao could unleash the power of the mechanic class without fear. The firepower of the battery shocked the players, and they immediately became fanatical. So this is how the mechanic class fights. He can actually crush an entire army by himself. So strong. Han Xiao was not idle either. He used his sniper rifle to shoot at the enemies one by one. Seeing the excited expressions of the players, he secretly smiled. Originally, there was no need to use the battery to deal with this small group of Germinal Organization troops. But in order to let the players see the destructive power of the mechanic class, he spared no expense and successfully attracted the interest of the players. Appearances were always misleading. When the players truly understood the cost of the mechanic class, they would understand that there was a saying that could be used to describe this class. Using money to create happiness, no money to play with your *SS. One of the main reasons why the mechanic class was weak in the early stages was because they were not always poor. The enemy was utterly defeated, and the players realized that this was the best opportunity to deal the final blow, so they excitedly rushed forward. Maple Moon also opened fire. Her sniper scope was equipped with electromagnetic scanning and auxiliary aiming. Basically, every shot was able to hit a Germinal Organization soldier. The more she fought, the more proficient she became. Although the realism of the battle scene made Maple Moon a little uncomfortable, she had also experienced bloody scenes in other games, so she quickly adapted. The interface could also adjust the visual effects of the person to reduce the gore. Han Xiao shot through Freire's knees with 2 shots, leaving him alive. He then switched to Red Falcon and quickly cleaned up the Germinal Organization soldiers. His killing efficiency was much higher than the players, 1 shot for each kill. The gunshots stopped, and the battle was over. The players were still unsatisfied. Freire, whose legs were shot through, did not care about the pain. He looked at the group of players in ragged clothes in shock. He had seen the battle very clearly. Many people were killed, but they appeared again. Are these people immortal? Freire was dumbfounded. Han Xiao, who was dressed in black, appeared. The noisy and excited players quieted down. Han Xiao came in front of Friar, squatted down, and stared into Friar's shocked and angry eyes. He said lightly, "Where were you going?" "Black Phantom. The German organization will never let you go." Friar stared at him angrily. "You said the opposite." Han Xiao was expressionless. He lifted Friar's collar and walked into a small forest. Not long after, inhuman screams were heard. The players shivered. Just from the sound, they could imagine how horrible Friar's treatment was. 10 minutes later, the screams stopped. Han Xiao reappeared, but Friar was gone. He took a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off his hands. He had already gotten the information he wanted. Seeing the players around him staring at him, he completed the prize pool mission. The players received the notification at the same time. Hunting Germinal Organization completed. Current prize pool, 520,000 experience. Damage ranking. First, Maple Moon, solo. Second, Jade Green Sky, team. Third, Slice You Up, team. Fourth, prize pool experience will be distributed according to 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, and 10%. There was an uproar. The ranking was beyond everyone's expectations. He surpassed Sky Territory and Kill the World. He actually made the list as a solo damage dealer. Unbelievable. Who is Maple Moon? A professional player? I have never heard of this ID. Chapter 133. Jay Green Sky and Slice You Up were shocked. The damage output of a solo player was higher than the damage output of a small team. The experience gained by a small team had to be shared equally, but Maple Moon had more than 100,000 experience points all by herself. This was terrifying. This meant that she was ahead of all the players, including those from other novice planets. Maple Moon was stunned by the sudden surprise. Looking at the experience bar on the interface, she could not believe it. During the battle, she had been using the sniper rifle to deal steady damage. She did not expect to be first. She knew herself well and knew that it was all because of Black Phantom's help. This was obviously the benefit of triggering the hidden mission. Maple Moon secretly made up her mind to continue unearthing the hidden mission. Black Phantom, this super thigh, must be held tight. Han Xiao returned to the car, and Maple Moon obediently returned the sniper rifle. The players followed them and were surprised to find that Black Phantom had a special interaction with Maple Moon. Jade Green Sky immediately reacted. "This is the hidden mission. She's so lucky." Everyone stared at Maple Moon enviously. Maple Moon was not used to being stared at by so many people. Her face turned red, and she quickly hid in the car. Han Xiao did not chase her away. He drove back to Bighorn Village Settlement, and the players had no choice but to walk behind him. While driving, Han Xiao browsed the forum. Suddenly, a new post was pinned to the top. The title was The Combat Power of a High-Level Character. He clicked in and saw the battle just now. Some players had uploaded a video of the battle. The Germinal organization showed their strong combat power. When Cybery was killing the players, there were very few comments. The viewers were very nervous and felt like they were there. However, in the next moment, Cybery was killed in one shot. The comments exploded like a geyser. Then, the cannons were activated and directly destroyed the Germinal organization's troops. The scene was even more shocking. Dozens of players replied to the post every second. Soon, there were thousands of replies. That enemy, Cybery, is so strong, but he was killed in one shot. Isn't Black Phantom the high-level NPC in Bighorn Village? What's his level? The mechanic class is so strong. I feel like he has a bright future. F***CK, I was on a planet with a magical background. There was no mechanic class. After reading these surprised replies, Han Xiao secretly smiled. My plan to pretend, Tui, show off my strength, is working. The effect was very obvious. As soon as they returned to the settlement, the players who had hesitated to change their class could not wait to learn the basic knowledge. Originally, only 20% of the people in Bighorn Village chose to change their class to mechanic. However, after the video went viral, the players' expectations for the mechanic class suddenly skyrocketed. Players who were hesitant to change their class immediately changed their class to mechanic. 100, 500, 1,000. The experience points on the interface were accumulating at an insane rate. Han Xiao had to keep a straight face to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Over the past few days in Bighorn Village, he had obtained 2 to 3 million experience points while idling around. It was comparable to the experience points he had accumulated in 4 to 5 missions. His efficiency and safety were through the roof. Sure enough, players were the market with the most potential. The NPC template was indeed awesome. Imparting skills was completely free of cost. Only with the interface and the NPC function could such an effect be achieved. Han Xiao understood the principle of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, so he only imparted the basic skills. These players who were attracted to change their class to mechanic would be his main customers in the future. After all, his ability was also a mechanic. When these players understood the mechanic class in version 1.0, they would realize that they had been cheated. There was no use crying and crying. They could either continue playing or start from scratch. In this way, Han Xiao had achieved his goal. As long as these players wanted to quickly improve their combat power, they could only rely on him and buy advanced machinery from him. Want to become stronger? How could they not spend money? Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette and thought to himself, after a few versions, you will definitely be grateful to me. Sigh, thinking about this, my conscience does not hurt anymore. On the other side, Jade Greensky found Maple Moon and asked politely, "Girl, do you have time?" Maple Moon was confused. Seeing a group of male players with hungry eyes, she took a few steps back in fear and said nervously, "What do you want to do? I'm warning you. This game has a function to prevent sexual harassment." The members of Sky Territory did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Girl, we are curious about your hidden storyline. We are not interested in you." Jade Greensky coughed and said, "I just want to ask how to trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Don't worry, we will pay you accordingly." Maple Moon shook her head and rejected without hesitation. She liked to dig up hidden storylines, not for profit. Furthermore, she was worried that it would affect Black Phantom's good impression of her. Jade Greensky had no choice but to leave. Suddenly, a member said, "We can ask if any other players saw Maple Moon trigger Black Phantom's conversation." Jade Greensky's eyes lit up. He nodded in agreement. He really did find something. He found out how to trigger the hidden storyline from player. Han Xiao sent away the last few players who came to change their class. Jade Greensky came over excitedly. Following Maple Moon's conversation, he asked, "Black Phantom, why are you going against the germinal organization?" "Oh, a fish has taken the bait." Han Xiao glanced at him. Jade Greensky. Although he is a president, his potential is not good. I'll just answer him directly. What does it have to do with you? Jade Greensky was confused. Why is this different from Maple Moon's treatment? Was I cheated? He was not satisfied and changed his lines again and again. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not play along. Jade Greensky could only give up in the end. Could it be that it depends on gender? This thought suddenly appeared in Jade Greensky's mind. He stared at Han Xiao's salted fish face for a long time, which definitely could not attract the interest of any girl. He suddenly realized that he had seen through the truth. The market potential of the Bighorn Village players had been used up temporarily. It was now the early stage of the game, and the players were still rookies. As they grew and participated in the storyline, there would be more opportunities for him to gain benefits. Han Xiao had a set of business plans for the players. This was just the beginning. As the players grew, the plan could be gradually implemented. He was not in a hurry to go to the next novice village. Previously, he had asked Fryer in a friendly manner and obtained some information about the evacuation route of the germinal organization in Southern Continent. This was a large-scale war, and he estimated that he could obtain a lot of grade A mission progress. According to his character, he would definitely participate. If he did not do something like this, he would really be a salted fish. Under the reluctant gazes of the Bighorn Village players, Han Xiao drove away. Maple Moon watched the car leave and secretly decided that she would contact Black Phantom when she reached level 20. Just half an hour after Han Shao left, the panting Mad Blade finally arrived at Bighorn Village. He hurriedly grabbed a player and asked, "Where is Black Phantom?" "He left long ago." Mad Blade's face turned pale. He was only half a day late because the West Capital was on lockdown to search for the Germinal Organization spies. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. The battle video on the forum continued to gain popularity. Han Shao was so far the most powerful high-level character that the players had ever seen. From a few hundred meters away, he could kill a strong enemy with one shot, and he could also control the turrets. These abilities were very desirable to the players. When he appeared, he was like a black phantom, powerful, mysterious, and ghostly. If it was not for the fact that the face simulator looked too salted, he might have attracted a group of female fans. The player who uploaded the video first was called Muchon. He was a lurker, and his posts were always popular. This was the first time that he had experienced the feeling of having thousands of replies. He was reading the replies excitedly. Ding dong. Suddenly, he received an email from the back end. Muchon was confused. He did not add any friends, so who sent him an email? "Dear player, your video has been selected as the promotional material for version 1.0. The reward will be sent to your account within 1 working day. Please check it, Galaxy Official." Chapter 134. Most players were busy with missions. Organized players were more purposeful, such as guilds and professional players. They planned their development path and grew steadily. However, the Guild of Gods was in an awkward situation. Jupiter had thrown the daily affairs to the vice president, and he had not given up on the A-level mission. He had brought some people to look for the Germinal Organization's base, but to no avail. He had no choice but to pay attention to the forum to see if there were any players in contact with the Germinal Organization. He found it. Andrea was the Germinal Organization's base camp. Players who landed in Andrea could easily join the Germinal Organization, but this was of no help to Jupiter. The core members who had accepted the Class A mission were all in the southern continent, and Zero was most likely in the southern continent as well. It was impossible for Jupiter to bring people to the Andrea continent. More importantly, they had no way to go to another continent. In fact, they could take a cruise ship or a plane, but the current players had not come into contact with this level yet. The most popular post on the forum was the battle scene recorded by the Bighorn Village players. Jupiter had not seen it before, but he was shocked when he opened it. Just as he was about to close the post, he suddenly noticed something. He quickly stopped playing and looked carefully. He finally confirmed that the attack troops had the Germinal Organization's emblem. "God, I finally found the organization." Jupiter almost burst into tears, but he suddenly realized that the troops had been wiped out. His expression changed, and he quickly looked at the content of the post. Unfortunately, the original poster did not mention the details except for the video. Jupiter desperately wanted to know what had happened, so he asked the members to contact the players in Bighorn Village. The guild was very efficient. He quickly found out that the attack troops were the Germinal Organization's evacuating troops. He was stunned. Evacuate? Why evacuate? Where are they evacuating from? How big is the evacuation? 1 troop or many? Jupiter swallowed and suddenly had a very bad feeling. He felt that he would not be able to return to the Germinal Organization in a short time. This A-level mission was so F***ed up. Jupiter's balls were about to break. The mission had not even started, and the organization that issued the mission had already left. What was there to play? In the evening, the setting sun was as red as blood. In the evening sky, the outlines of a few moons could be seen. In the forest outside Bighorn Village, Mad Blade, angry, sword, walked in the forest with his head down. He was devastated that he had missed Black Phantom. I must find him. Mad Blade, furious sword, quickly shook off his dejected mood. He was very determined as he talked to himself to encourage himself. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, someone spoke. Mad Blade raised his head and saw a truck parked in front of him. A man in black was waiting beside the truck and staring at him. It was Black Phantom. Mad Blade's fury sword quivered in excitement. Every cloud has a silver lining. Have we met before? Mad Blade stammered. He was not completely sure that Black Phantom was Han Shao, so he was very nervous. After asking the question, he felt like every second was like years, like he was waiting for the verdict. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you think? It was this familiar look. His eyes made one's blood run cold. Mad Blade was ecstatic. He was sure that this person was Han Shao. Luckily, I didn't give up and finally found you. Fine. Come with me. Han Shao smiled faintly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and tilted his head toward the truck. Mad Blade Furious Sword suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly got into the truck. He did not care where Han Shao was taking him. He just wanted to stay by Han Zhao's side. Okay, I know what you guys are thinking. This sentence is very appropriate, I know. Han Shao smiled. After spending some happy days together, he naturally remembered Mad Blade Furious Sword. However, this was not the reason why he chose to bring Mad Blade Furious Sword. Mad Blade Furious Sword had a lot of potential and was worth a lot of effort to nurture. Furthermore, having a player by his side could be used as cannon fodder to help him take risks. After all, he would not die, so he could use him without any worries. The next mission seemed to be able to use Mad Blade Furious Sword, so when Han Shao noticed that Mad Blade Furious Sword was following him, he stopped and waited for him. Mad Blade Furious Sword did not know that he was once again used as a lab rat. He was full of excitement as he sat in the truck and looked around. He remembered that during the closed beta, Han Shao was clearly a member of the Star Dragon Intelligence Agency. How did he become Black Phantom all of a sudden? However, this was not important. As long as he could follow Han Shao and continue to rely on him, Mad Blade Furious Sword would be satisfied. What are we going to do now? After the excitement passed, Mad Blade Furious Sword asked, Do something bad? Han Shao took out his tablet and opened the map. He drew a circle on an area and threw it to Mad Blade Furious Sword. Mad Blade Furious Sword glanced at it. Tadrammer River, where is that? A battlefield. Han Shao finished calmly, stepped on the accelerator, and the truck rushed out. Tadrammer River, a big river in the southern continent, connected to the sea. The river was wide and blue. Under the night sky, a long line of lights cruised along the river. This was a huge fleet disguised as fishing boats. In fact, they were various warships of the Germinal Organization equipped with various shipboard weapons, anti-detection jammers, machine gun interception arrays, and so on. Due to the Six Nations cleanup operation, the Germinal Organization's bases had begun to evacuate. A small number of important people took the air route, while most of the supplies, vehicles, and ordinary armed personnel took the water route. The evacuation operation had reached its end. This fleet was the last large fleet to evacuate from the southern continent. The outer layer of frigates guarded a large number of barges in the middle. The barges were full of vehicles and armed personnel of the ground forces. The evacuation plan was to follow a branch of the Tadrammer River out to sea and meet with the other ground forces near the estuary. The ground forces would board the ships. Both sides had a unified command. The person in charge was called Linyu, the person in charge of the Germinal Organization's largest base in the southern continent. He was currently the commander and was also in the fleet. Linyu was a middle-aged man. He was also a combat-capable executive officer. He was looking at the map with a serious face in the command room. There were many parts to the evacuation plan. The fleet and the ground forces had to ensure that they arrived near the estuary at the same time because the fleet could not stop. During the evacuation, a large number of Star Dragon and Hesla fighter jets were scouting. The fleet's whereabouts had been exposed, and everyone was in a state of panic. Linyu was very clear that Hesla and Star Dragon must have set up a trap near the estuary. The Navy, Air Force, and ground forces that intercepted the fleet wanted to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, from the beginning, Linyu was very clear that it was impossible to secretly evacuate. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Only by forcefully tearing apart the blockade line could they escape. As long as we follow the Tadrammer River into the sea, we will be able to escape this nightmare. But don't hold on to the illusion that everything will be smooth sailing. Lads, we will encounter a premeditated ambush. Star Dragon and Hesla's navy will do whatever it takes to sink us near the estuary. I have been through 13 big and small wars. Among you, maybe some of you are veterans like me, and some of you may be new recruits. However, our fates are the same. Break through the blockade, and you can survive. If you're intercepted, even if you're lucky enough to survive, you will face the indefinite imprisonment of Star Dragon and Hesla, and you will never see the sun of freedom again. The Six Nations are all a bunch of hypocritical, treacherous villains. They talk about peace and freedom, but they initiate wars. Don't forget that your motherland was destroyed by the guns of the Six Nations. Never forget the hatred of blood. We have no choice but to fight to the death. These were the words that Lin Yu said to his subordinates. The armed personnel on the ship knew that there was going to be a fierce battle ahead, and they were ready for battle. There were many Germinal executive officers on the fleet, and Hela was among them. She was very worried about the upcoming battle. In her opinion, it was impossible for them to break through the blockade of Star Dragon and Hesla's navy with just these armed ships. Many people would die, and only a few would survive. However, Commander Lin Yu seemed to have a plan in mind. Hela could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and not show it. She was still an iceberg to the outside world. In fact, to Hela, even if all the Germinal members on the fleet were to die, she would not frown. She hated the Germinal organization, but if she wanted to survive, she could only rely on these Germinal soldiers. Hela was very clear that her hands were stained with blood. She did not avoid this point. Self-blame and pity belonged to good people, and it was too extravagant for her. From the day she awakened her superpower, she knew that she could not be a good person. The ruler of death was destined to have blood on her hands. However, her sister Aurora was the opposite. She was an angel, and she used her love for the world to infect everyone who came into contact with her. If she had to talk about regret, she only regretted that she did not protect her sister well and fell into the hands of the Germinal organization. No matter what, I have to live. Only by living and being useful could she reduce her sister's suffering. Everyone who stood in her way was an enemy. Chapter 135. Star Dragon and Hesla's fleets had formed a tight blockade around the Tedrama River's tributary, and there were many mines on the riverbed at the estuary. The whereabouts of the Germinal organization's retreating troops were known by the two countries. Star Dragon and Hesla viewed this battle as a great opportunity to kill the Germinal organization. The trap had been set. In the eyes of the two countries, the Germinal organization was like a wild beast with nowhere to run. Even if they knew that there was a hunter's trap ahead, they had no choice but to charge headlong into it. The battlefield was divided into two parts. The two countries were responsible for different areas. Hesla was mainly responsible for blocking the sea route, while Star Dragon was responsible for intercepting the enemy on the ground. This method of cooperation helped to share the responsibility and avoid conflict of command. Considering the individual combat power of the Germinal organization's executive officers, Division 13 also sent Secret Service agents as emergency teams and assault troops with special tactical missions. They were on standby at a small dock near the estuary and listened to the military commander's orders. Zhang Wei's team was among them. A row of assault boats were neatly docked at the dock, and green military tents were hidden in the small forest behind the dock. In 2 months, the team had not changed much. Zhang Wei was still serious. Li Lin was still sexy. Lin Yao was still angry. And Lambert was still as quiet as a rock. The only change was that there was a new, young face. Ho Yu, you have been in the team for a month. You have trained well. This mission is very important. Don't make any mistakes. In the team tent, Zhang Wei instructed the newcomer, Ho Yu. Ho Yu was a thin young man with 2 guns at his waist. He had long hair and was quite handsome. He nodded and smiled proudly. Captain, you think too much. In the past month, when have I not completed a mission perfectly? Zhang Wei nodded. Ho Yu was an agent trained by Division 13. He had replaced Han Xiao and joined the team. His performance had been good, so Zhang Wei was not worried. Li Yilin crossed her arms in front of her chest and sat at the side with her legs crossed. She was frowning and seemed to be in a bad mood. In fact, she had not been in a good mood since Han Xiao ran away and the agents who had lost their deposits came to ask for money. Hou Yu came over and sat beside Li Yilin. He smiled and said, "Beauty Li, what are you thinking?" Li Yilin glared at him. "Are you a curious baby? What does it have to do with you?" Hou Yu didn't give up and tried to get close to Li Yilin. When he first saw Li Yilin on the day he joined the team, he was stunned. It was pleasing to have a beauty as a teammate, so he tried to strike up a conversation with Li Yilin. However, Li Yilin, who was tricked by Han Xiao, suffered from the newcomer syndrome. Whenever she saw Hou Yu, she would think of Han Xiao. Naturally, she didn't have a good expression. Li Yilin was annoyed by his noise and suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. "You like to talk a lot?" As he spoke, he clenched his fists, causing the bones in his hands to crackle and yellow flames to rise. The anger in his heart was all contained in the strength of his clenched fists. Hou Yu stepped back out of reflex. He knew that once Li Yilin showed this kind of expression, it meant that she was going to beat him up. When he first joined the team, he suffered a loss and was bedridden in the medical department for 3 days. Lin Yao, who was watching the show from his side, shook his head and pretended to be mature. "Little monkey, you're still too cowardly. I only respect Brother Xiao when it comes to guts." "Who is Brother Xiao?" Hou Yu was puzzled. Ever since he joined the team, he learned that the full strength of the team was 6 people, but there was still 1 person missing. Logically speaking, the names of the members who were not in the team would be crossed out, but the 6th person in the team was always empty. Moreover, from time to time, Hou Yu would hear Zhang Wei and the others mention Brother Xiao. Hou Yu was very curious about this 6th person. Li Yilin was furious. "Don't mention his name in front of me," she said angrily. "We are on a mission. You can't beat me up." Lin Yao looked calm, but his legs were shaking. Hou Yu felt that Li Yilin's reaction was a bit too extreme. In his experience, this was the reaction of a resentful woman when she heard the name of the man who abandoned her. Well, it seemed that a person with a huge debt would have this kind of reaction. Zhang Wei shook his head, sighed, and explained, "Han Xiao was originally a member of our team, but he left the team for some special reasons." "Special reasons?" Hou Yu used his imagination and asked tentatively, "Was he sent to carry out a secret mission?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "Was he transferred to another unit by the higher-ups?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "Then where'd he go?" Hou Yu was puzzled. "Who knows? I'm 80% sure he's dead," Li Yilin said unhappily. Hou Yu was skeptical. "Who are you kidding? If he's really dead, why would there be a position for him? You guys say that you hate him, but why do I feel like you guys miss him so much?" There was silence. After a long time, Li Yilin stood up and smiled. "Choose a way to die." Hou Yu ran away as fast as he could. Lambert shook his head and put away the sword that he had secretly unsheathed. Star Dragon's ground troops were lying in ambush in the valley near the estuary. Their goal was to intercept the Germinal Organization's ground troops. Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim were acting as logisticians. The 3 of them had joined the Star Dragon army during the closed beta and had already exchanged for their main classes. Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim were pugilists, while Sleepy Winter was lucky enough to awaken his Esper ability with the Geno fluid from the shop. As new recruits, the 3 of them were also recruited to be logisticians in this war. What made the 3 of them overjoyed was that they had actually triggered a faction series mission, Battle of the Tedramra River. After the surprise, the 3 of them were soon troubled. The series mission had more than a dozen objectives, and they could only complete the simplest logistical objectives with the lowest rewards. The other missions, such as killing 10 Germinal Organization soldiers, killing the Germinal Organization executive officers, and destroying vehicles, were completely beyond their capabilities. "This doesn't seem like a mission that should be triggered at our level," Sleepy Winter said. Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim agreed. They both felt that they had been involved in a difficult mission that exceeded their level. With their newbie level, they could only be bystanders. The three of them did not know that the Germinal Organization and the Six Nations had a direct conflict 3 months after the open beta. At that time, the players had a basic understanding of the world structure and had some combat power. The conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization started on a small scale and gradually progressed, allowing the players to slowly participate and play a role. However, Han Shao had completely messed up the process and brought forward the direct conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization. Therefore, the current players did not have the ability to participate at all. Well, to be precise, the players have been tricked into missing the main storyline mission that they should have had. This was more beneficial to Han Shao than it was detrimental. It reduced the variables that the players brought in the early stages, making them only be bystanders. Huff, huff, huff. 2 heavy-duty transport helicopters with the Fabian Organization's logo slowly landed in a valley. The wind created by the rotors blew, and the grass at the landing site shook in all directions like waves of grass. "Old Black, we've arrived," the pilot, Antonio, said weakly. "I have eyes. Also, don't call me Old Black anymore," Han Shao said with dissatisfaction. "If you want to call me that, call me Black Phantom. You're ruining my luck." Antonio took off his noise-canceling headphones and blew a puff of smoke at Han Shao. "Come on, you don't even have that kind of thing." F***CK off, Han Shao said with annoyance. For the past 2 months, Han Shao had maintained a good working relationship with the Fabian Organization. Antonio's relationship with the Fabian Organization had improved day by day. If this was some kind of indescribable game, it was now time to conquer it. Looking at Roshan, who was hiding in the pilot's seat and adjusting the dashboard, Han Shao hurriedly threw this scary thought out of his mind. Mad Blade, Furious Sword, was hiding in the corner of the helicopter. He trembled as he watched the 2 extremely lethal bosses talk and laugh. He thought that Han Shao would drive to the location, but Han Shao only made a phone call, and 2 helicopters came to pick them up. Han Shao's image in his mind became even higher. The Fabian Organization's personnel moved the supplies from the helicopters. Most of them were weapons and equipment that Han Shao had stored in the Fabian Organization. They would be useful for this operation. There was also a dismantled truck. The Fabian Organization's maintenance workers reassembled it on the ground. Han Shao and Antonio were chatting at the side. Antonio had always thought that Han Shao was only interested in the bounty, so he asked curiously, "I heard that Star Dragon and Hesla are preparing to stop the Germinal Organization's retreat in Tedramera. Do you have a grudge against the Germinal Organization?" "How do you know which side I'm on?" Han Shao laughed. Antonio held a cigar in one hand and put the other in his pocket. He frowned and said, "Are you thinking of helping the Germinal Organization?" Although the Germinal Organization was a giant in the underground world, other forces kept a respectful distance from it. In the end, the underground world wanted to maintain order. A stable situation was the only way to make profits. In their eyes, the Germinal Organization was a group of thugs motivated by hatred and ideology. Han Shao did not comment. He walked to the side, took out his phone, and dialed another number. The voice of a person in charge of the Blood Pact Society came out of the phone. "Mr. Black Phantom, how can I help you?" Ever since he climbed to the top 10 of the assassin ranking, the Blood Pact Society valued him very much and gave him special treatment. There was a person in charge of answering his call 24 hours a day and providing him with special services. Well, proper special services. Part of his status was due to his strength, and part of it was due to the good relationship between Han Shao and Bennett, which was valued by the Darknet. "I need the latest movement of the Germinal Organization's retreat army and Star Dragon and Hesla." "Okay, I'm applying for access. It will be sent to your computer soon." "Okay, I also need a helicopter to be on standby near the estuary of Tedramera River." "As you wish." Frenzied Sword, who was standing at the side, heard it loud and clear. Just by listening to the tone, he felt that Han Shao was extremely awesome. After hanging up the phone, Han Shao saw Mad Blade and Furious Sword standing at the side with nothing to do. He thought for a while and sent a mission to them. "You have triggered the mission. Get high. Mission requirement: dance a hot dance to liven up the atmosphere." Mad Blade and Furious Sword burst into tears. Chapter 136. The tributary of the Tadrammer River flowed through the Cloud Valley and led to the sea at the end of the valley. Han Zhao's landing location was at the edge of the Cloud Valley. According to the information from the Darknet, the German organization's ground troops would meet up with the sea troops in the valley. Han Zhao's goal was to intercept the ground troops. He knew that the two countries would also send their ground troops to intercept him, most likely within the Cloud Valley. If he got too close, he would be discovered. At this juncture, he did not want to come into contact with the troops of the two countries. Looks like I have to choose a good location. With this thought in mind, Han Zhao crossed his arms and watched as the people from Fabian Company finished assembling the front and suspension of the truck. They also hung up the cargo compartment that contained the mechanical equipment. As the people from Fabian Company worked, they looked at Frenzied Sword, who was dancing at the side. I've delivered the goods. I'm leaving. Okay, say hi to Matthew for me. Han Zhao nodded. Antonio waved his hand, and the helicopter took off and disappeared into the sky. The Fabian organization was only responsible for transporting the firearms and did not participate in the battle. Han Zhao sat in the truck and looked at the detailed map sent by the Darknet. Just as he was about to start driving, his phone rang. Hello, Black Phantom, you're going to join the German organization. Bennett asked in surprise. Yeah, you should come and play too, Han Zhao joked. The Darknet has always been neutral. Don't go overboard. The German organization's crazy people will bite anyone they catch. I have a headache too, Bennett said helplessly. Don't worry, I never cheat my teammates. Bennett expressed his doubts and said, forget it. I have something I need your help with in a while. In the past 2 months, Han Zhao had Bennett's phone number and often called him. Furthermore, he was getting more and more famous, so Bennett was also happy to talk to him. They had a good relationship. Han Zhao put away his phone, shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and drove along the edge of the valley toward the chosen area. The river passed through the narrow valley and nourished the fertile soil. The terrain was rather diverse. There were plains with long grass, forests, and hills. The scenery was elegant and beautiful. One's eyes were filled with green. It made people feel relaxed and happy. They had an urge to forgive something. Star Dragon had placed a large number of ground troops in ambush here. There were all kinds of war equipment, tanks, helicopters, mid-range missile coverage arrays, and a large number of minefields. The commander of the ground troops was a Star Dragon officer named Huang Xiaoming. He had been in the army for more than 20 years and was a serious and meticulous person. The reason why the higher-ups of Star Dragon chose him was because they liked Huang Xiaoming's steady style. As long as this battle went according to plan, they would definitely win. In the command vehicle, Huang Xiaoming looked at the map that was filled with all kinds of markings and nodded expressionlessly. The first ambush is a minefield. If the German organization does not step in, they will miss the time to meet up with the naval forces. Therefore, even if they know that it is a trap, they have to take the risk. The armed helicopters are on standby at all times. They can attack the enemy's minesweepers from the air. The missile car array is aimed at the edge of the forest at all times. Once the enemy crosses the forest, they can attack. As long as they followed the plan, the enemy would not be able to escape. The evacuation force of the German organization in the southern continent was a huge fleet of hundreds of vehicles. This large fleet was a mix of the evacuation forces of all the surviving bases. Lin Yu was the commander, and the person directly in charge of the ground troops was called Yuger, a Caucasian. Yuger was also very clear that the troops were about to be ambushed. In order to catch up with the naval forces, they had to pass through the Cloud Valley. There was no way to avoid this fierce battle. He was already prepared. The evacuation forces of these bases carried some new experimental weapons with them. There were some powerful things that would definitely surprise the enemy. These experimental weapons were all important supplies. There were also a few human test subjects of this super soldier project. The truck made a big circle and stopped at the edge of the Cloud Valley. According to the intelligence, this was the route that the German organization's ground troops could not take. It was very far. Han Xiao did not drive into the forest. Instead, he took out a bunch of spider detectors. There were more than 40 of them. He activated them through the tablet. These mechanical spiders shook their heads and stood up straight like a group of soldiers waiting for orders. After 2 months of accumulation, Han Xiao's technology had improved again. He had updated and strengthened all the existing machines. The spider detectors were installed with low-level smart chips. They automatically detected threat targets and fed back to the tablet. He did not have to look at the screen all the time. They were also added with a new blueprint, SUI anti-radar detection coating. They could better perform undercover detection and were suitable for fixed surveillance. Han Xiao sent most of the spider detectors into the forest. The remaining few went in the opposite direction to find out when the germinal organization would arrive. While doing this, Mad Blade got out of the truck and noticed that there was an extra line of words in his status bar. You have entered this severe motion sickness status. All attributes minus 30%. What the hell is this? Mad Blade was surprised. He had set the experience to be 20% realistic. He did not experience the thrill of driving, but the interface faithfully reflected his body status. Do you need me to do anything? Mad Blade asked. He wanted to see if he could trigger a mission. Not at the moment. Han Xiao shook his head. Mad Blade's combat power was not enough to participate in a war of this level. The only thing he could do was to be a cannon fodder who was not afraid of death. Now, there must be various minefields and radar detectors in the forest. Entering rashly would attract attention. What he had to do was to wait, make preparations, perfect the plan, and calibrate the other mechanical weapons. There was still 1 or 2 days before the germinal organization's evacuation team arrived. Han Xiao had been preparing and waiting in the truck. Mad Blade followed beside him, giving small missions to Mad Blade every day. Although he felt that Mad Blade had a lot of potential, he would not fully train him. The experience given to Mad Blade was limited compared to the other players at the same time. However, Mad Blade was very satisfied. Han Xiao also looked at the forums every day. The enthusiasm of the players was still fermenting. He mainly paid attention to the blue starboard. He could know the progress of the players. They were still at the beginner stage. When they grew up, there would be a big event specifically targeting the players waiting for them. That would be the beginning of the chaos. The storyline was messed up by me. That encounter of the players might be delayed or even brought forward. Han Xiao stroked the stubble on his chin and thought to himself. That was the first time the players had entered the sites of the various novice planets. He still remembered that it had caused a huge uproar in his previous life, causing widespread discussion and praises. That night, the moon was covered by dark clouds. The fog was so thick that it was difficult to see one's fingers. Spider number 1 lay on the plains under the night sky, not moving at all, faithfully executing the program's orders. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook slightly. Spider number 1's sensors detected the vibration and immediately turned in the direction of the vibration source. The huge germinal organization fleet appeared in the distance, and Spider number 1 happened to be in their path. Spider number 1 loyally sent out the warning signal in the form of a radio wave. The vehicles were getting closer and closer. Spider number 1 did not move and did not know how to dodge. Huff! The huge fleet quickly ran over it, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. Spider number 1's appearance was only revealed after the smoke and dust dispersed. Its mechanical body was covered in dust, but it was not damaged at all. Even such a dense number of vehicles could not run it over. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.